Hello Chato and Matto. "28 months. "46 months, Vov. Let's celebrate that with a Seychelles win smile."
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Hello, Chiato! It's Sundat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, we are back in the Champions League final. After 3 years of nonsense going out in the round of 16, we finally conquered our demons, putting PSG in the ground, then Manchester City, then Newcastle. We face Bayern today at the Olympic Stadium in Berlin with a chance to face our destiny, and damn it! Oh, it was going so well. It was going so well. There's a bit of hair sticking up and it's gone. Oh. This time it was a P. Nothing to do with the Pirates of Malta or nothing this time. Just, I could have styled it out. The problem was the word I was going to use couldn't be styled out because I can't remember what the word was, but it just wasn't it. In a suit, no less. Now I look like I'm going to court. I mean, this actually fits snugger than I remember, which is a little bit odd, considering, I mean, how long has it been since I wore a suit? It can't have been more than about 2 months. It's just really tight around the neck, annoyingly. Ah, dear. Right, I'll pay out the points. God damn. Can I do it that at least correctly, for nothing else? It kind of was. There was like a delay. I think it's right. Well, I was sort of celebrating internally when I managed to ride the sub, and then I thought, well, we're in the clear here. I've said all the things I need to say, except brain went, no. Actually, how about that? Right, William, I mean, yeah, the pressure got to him today. Will he mess up the intro? Yes, he will. It's early. That is my defense. Incredibly, we've been blessed with it not being 1,000 degrees for once, which is kind of nice. Intended to court for crimes against football, or tactics more specifically, I suspect, because Bayern are about to receive some interesting things today. While I'm here, though, thank you very much for the 14 months. That is super kind of you, my friend. And there was a few in the intro too. For M. Higgins, thank you for the follow. And Basil, thank you for the 46 months. Eclay, thank you for the 28. And Broady, thank you for the 26. While that was all happening, I was busy trying to put this bloody suit on. It was football banning order, just banned from football in general. I would say they're a coin toss, but I'm starting to think they may not be, because coin tosses generally, in the end up coming up about 50-50, and I'd be willing to bet that my intros very much do not come up 50-50. In fact, I think that's one of the things we're going to start from next week, is a genuine Willy fuck up the intro counter, so we can keep track long term, because if there's one thing we like here, it's data. I may or may not have spent half an hour this morning before stream watching a YouTube video entitled All the Goals from World Cup 2010. What can I say? I'm getting in the mood. And then after that, I watched the BBC highlights of Brazil 7-1 defeat to Germany. Because I'm getting World Cup fever. I haven't felt like this about an international tournament in years. I am pumped. It's nostalgia. What I will say is, some of that, there was some properly, like, a lot of low-scoring matches. Like, 2010 World Cup, I feel like, is remembered quite fondly in many ways. But there was a lot of very low-scoring games in that World Cup, all the way through the group stages, really, with the exception of, like, the Portugal versus North Korea game. It was very, very tight down there. But what I will say is, how good was Diego Forlan at World Cup 2010? I couldn't believe how many absolute worldies he scored during that World Cup. I mean, that was the one where Uruguay got to the semi-finals and lost, but holy Christ, he was on fire during that World Cup. It was incredible. I love shit like that. I bet on the final. We will do, yeah, good idea, actually. We will do a bet on the final, too. I can do one now, actually. Fuck it, why not? I'll set it up now, that we've got plenty of time. Actually, no, I'll wait until a bit closer to the final. Let's say to the final, before we start. That way, just in case people aren't here yet, because obviously we don't tend to start the final immediately. So I don't want people to miss out on their opportunity to lose points. Yes, Steinbergen is now 3 stars. Bad news on Steinbergen. He also picked up an injury right before the final. He will be playing, but he's a touch and go. One player that won't be, though, is Paolo Enrique, because he got a hernia, annoyingly. Too young to remember. No way, you might be one of the younger chatters, to be fair. And then again, that would make you like 16 at the youngest. So, or the oldest, I suppose, which is still not that young, is it, in the grand scheme of things? Right, one thing. Obviously, we're not doing fantasy today because we've only got one game. However, oh, the button doesn't work, and I didn't even put it in anyway. It's fine. I'm a pro. Right, let's try that again. And after last stream, this... Oh, of course, yeah. That just means you weren't born. Yeah, why did I assume that not being remembering it meant that you weren't born? Come on, this is a Football Manager stream. No one's like 16 or under in a Football Manager stream, are they? Although I do think the age demographic for FM is coming down slightly as the game is broadening up, which is kind of cool. So after last stream, this is how things stand. Lot of movement, as you could probably imagine, but that is where we currently sit as far as that goes. Today, we're obviously skipping it because we've got one game and it wouldn't be fair. However, next stream, despite the fact that it will be a transfer stream next stream, we've got the Club World Cup. So we'll be bringing it back for the Club World Cup anyway. Now, I have something to tell you guys about the Club World Cup, but I can't show you on this. I have to show you on this. Oh. One against England. So basically, the reason they've got the hidden talent is likely due to the Spanish scourge. Basically, because obviously most of the best Andorran players come through at Spanish clubs, and they're still pretty rare, but because of the sort of overinflated quality of the Spanish lower league players in this save, my guess is they managed to get, and also because of FC Andorra, they've likely got a few players that became extra good. We already know a few of them ourselves because we had a couple back in the day. We had a guy called Ilan Rodriguez and a guy called Quiros, both of whom are Andorran centre-backs. So they've likely formed part of the backbone of that Andorran side. But the thing is, despite the fact that they are a much better side these days, they're still actually not that good. They're only like just about surviving in Nations League C. So them qualifying and actually doing what they did is still a massive shock even after that. Who's now top? His bias comes out again. It's true, and I'm going to reward Inferno for winning it all with some prints. Who knew? So, fun fact. Better than people. Yeah, I think that FM definitely can fulfill some of that. But how one does fantasy. So normally when we're running a fantasy stream, you'd have like a link you can click, and you basically pick a few players in my team that you want to have in your fantasy team for the purposes of that stream. And I take screenshots after each match, and it puts it into the system that awards you points. But yeah, obviously we're not running it today because with a single match, it would sort of be a bit pointless. Now, Club World Cup. We are playing. I'll show you here, actually. It's probably easier. Cassini United, Barcelona, and one for Andrew, Auckland FC in the Club World Cup. And I think that's a really fun group. I hate it when you get drawn into groups in the Club World Cup back in the day where it was all like European sides and it was basically just the Champions League again. Please throw the Auckland game. So, now comes the really fun part, which makes me worried that we may end up encountering a bug. So, slight problem. Club World Cup. There's our group, Auckland FC, Barcelona, Cassini United, and Wisła Kraków. And then look at Group H. Does anyone notice anything a little bit suspicious about Group H? Yeah, so Auckland FC are in it twice. It does seem yeah. So they've obviously qualified through the OFC Champions League somehow, as well as through something else. And as a result, they've been drawn into the Club World Cup twice. Yeah, best part about this is I thought, no, that can't be true. The game will certainly sort that out. Cop their fixtures, friends. I mean, that is sensational. I am very much looking forward to next stream and following Auckland FC here and hoping the game doesn't explode on us. Oh, the same thing happened to you. Right, I'm glad this isn't just a me issue there. They're going to have some tired players. That feels like a weird FM type thing. Imagine an Auckland versus Auckland final. I mean, what I would say is, it does get worse. It's not too bad at the start, but yeah, at least they're not playing on the same day. That would be incredible. Imagine if they've both been drawn in the same group. I actually don't know how that would have even worked. I imagine they probably can't be, just because it would think that they're similar. Welcome in, Nico. Oh, sorry, Nico. We were just discussing how Auckland FC have been drawn into the Club World Cup twice. And have two teams in the Club World Cup this time around in separate groups. And I'm sure that won't cause any issues whatsoever. So actually, Thargov, this happened to you. What actually happened during the tournament? Did the game completely lose its mind, or did it just make them play in both sets of matches? Well, I'm supposed to have to, right? Oh, imagine if they qualified. Is it random in the next round, or is there like a pathway? Because can you imagine? Limit number of players to register. Yeah, they'd only be able to register one squad, presumably. Can you have editor it? Well, I don't have the editor turned on. And also, why would I do that? This is way more fun. So no, I couldn't even if I wanted to, but also, why would I want to do that? This is going to be incredible. I always want to throw a game to them. Also, yeah, you wouldn't be able to do anything like that with FM Editor. There's a limit to what you could do, even with the... I would do, but we're playing in the same group as them. That was how I noticed it in the first place. Because my initial logic was, oh, cool, we've got Auckland FC. Andrew will really like that. And then I looked at the full groups and I saw them again. I was like, wait, I thought we were playing them. And then I scrolled up and realised we were, in fact, playing them. So that's fun. FM never ceases to amaze me with its new things. He will really like that. Yeah, indeed. Right. Little look up first before we get going. I probably should turn those off for the actual match. But Janash, of course, I've spelled his name wrong. Right, FM. Chill. Calm down, daddy. Right, there we go. Simon. Got there in the end. Or not. Wait. Have I spelled Simon wrong? I have spelled Simon wrong, haven't I? That's what it is. I've been quicker to just look at our youth team. There we go. There's my guy. So he was wanted by Bayern, and I reckon he might be the most underrated player we've had come through our youth academy in a very long time. Oh. Register both groups. I'm not going to do that, obviously, because that would just massively interfere with what we're doing. And in addition, we are in the same group as them as well. So I couldn't literally manage my own team against them. That would be... I'd have to hot seat them, actually. It'd be an absolute pain in the arse. It's sexy hot. Oh, I mean, both. Right now, actually, it's actually fairly okay in here, which is what I was worried about today, considering the suit situation. But thankfully, it's unethical. Oh, no, ethics do not come into this at all, Joao. I'm an unethical man. I have 300 players out on loan. There is no ethics in this game at all. Not with your boy. Our game was delayed until they played all 6 games. Really? Second round matches were going. Oh my goodness me. Oh, I hope that happens for us. The more chaos, the better. Think of the content. And such. Skip Dog, thank you for the follow, man. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday morning. Group stage can't finish until they finish. This is very true, yeah. I mean, it's good times. Taking off the suit. Well, I've got my Cambridge United shirt on the go ready, because hopefully it's a celebratory taking off of the suit and whatnot, right? A bit asked the passengers and agents I'm working with. But airline has all these cancellations done. Oh, no way. Are you like working the front desk, Max? In my head, I have the idea that you just got us in your ear. Meanwhile, it's like, come fly with me going on. But also, I hope that you're not getting too much shit from people, because I know that in times of stuff like that, customers can be whoppers. Not that they can't always, but especially in situations like that. And I have a huge amount of respect for people that work in retail and hospitality that have to put up with that shit. Pog did for many years. Hello, Biggie. I'm an excellent friend. I'll be a lot better if we win a bloody Champions League today, though. Having a little quick look at Svenny boys. Sven's Hens. Did they actually get Champions League? Oh, I think they did. They won it! Sven's Hens finally won the Polish women's division. They were third the last time we looked, I swear. No, maybe they were second. Either way, they've finally done it. Big up, Sven. What was the actual final? They probably deserved it. Like, goal difference was good. They were just an excellent team. That's good signs. So yeah, Sven's Hens will be in the Champions League for the Women's Champions League next season. That's their first title of the entire save, I believe. They've not even come... They have one second place, but that's it. Go on, lads. Sorry, not go on, lads. Go on, lasses. Balk scheduling. Yeah, so that's... Well, this is the thing. I started my save at the start of 26 as well. This save is from, like, November. So I suspect we get, like, a bit of a balked situation, which is never a good thing unless it's funny. That's my logic with these things. If the outcome is funny, I'm willing to accept a bug or two, right? Unfortunately, Classy Netneck has left the building, and by the building, I mean the database. Sane, on the other hand, is at Brighton these days. And I do feel like he's the only goalkeeper in this save that I felt like we were able to rely upon, but it might have just been too small of a sample size. He was the guy that I was confident would actually do something for us. And in the end... What did we have him for? 2 years? Basically, yeah. No, 1 year. 1 year of full performances from Ibrahim Sane. And then Bayern ruined his career. I say ruined his career. He's still got loads of international caps, but he's worked his way back to being a Premier League level goalkeeper, which ultimately shows that there was some quality there. It's just unfortunate, right? Broadcast. So the Champions League final today will be a full match. We do full match for Champions League. Not all of them, but this one I felt like we really should, because it was a special one. The first two that we played... I feel like there's an asterisk against them in many ways because of the Spanish Scourge stuff. We did have that a slightly unfair advantage at the time, whereas now it's almost flipped the other way. So this one feels real, and that's why I'm so pumped for this one. It felt like we'd really worked for this one, and that's awesome. Playing the heat and calls the... Oh, I see. Fair enough. Ooh. Okay, so I don't think there's really much to catch up on, really. Oh yeah, you got to suit up for things like that, right? Be rude not to. Let me just do a bit of that as well. Whew. So obviously, with the slightly different skin, I don't know how well the load extension script is going to work, which we will have to do after the final. So it could end up with me having to do that manually, which would not be pretty. But things as they are, let me just check the... My worry is that the positioning of this screen... If this is exactly like the other skin, then it will be absolutely fine. My worry is that it might not be. The only thing that might get us away with it is that perhaps there's not as many 37 loans as there are 38s. So we'll get an idea of where they start. There's still quite a lot. There's still quite a lot. Oh, a lot of them are pushing the pool meter, in fairness. Oh dear. Right, that will be quite a... Hopefully the script works and we'll be absolutely fine. It does smell like virtue. I'm feeling it. Oh, that's a coding streak. Yeah, no. Oh, that would be way too much to fix that one, I would say. Played goals, I haven't, but I've seen a lot of people are playing it, to be fair. So, what did I... Oh, yeah, I played a few games off stream to catch up to the final. Obviously, we won the league, which you would have seen in the recap. We don't know who's won the second tier just yet. We know things went kind of mad down there, though, which is kind of sick. The other European trophies have already obviously happened. Bayer Leverkusen lost the Europa League final to Man United. That should have been leggier, but it is what it is. And obviously, we had Eintracht Frankfurt winning the other one. I put the name fix in, but for some reason it doesn't seem to have worked, and I think I've buggered it up somewhere along the way, so I'll have to fix that one as well for next stream. Now then, coefficient-wise, we're basically... I think we've got very few chances. In fact, I don't think we can, literally. Nah. We're a full point... How far behind are we? There's no way, I don't think, on this final that we can get enough points to keep hold of that spot. We will get... If we win the game in normal time, we'll get points for that. We'll also get points for winning and round progression. But even that is at most going to be like 0.6, 0.7, maybe. That's probably what it was, Ard. I think I forgot to do the other files too, which is a mistake I've made in the past, in fairness. We don't surpass France. I don't believe so, no. I think we'd need to probably... We're 2 points behind. There's no way we're going to be able to get enough points today. I can't remember exactly how many points we'd get for winning the final today, but it's not going to be enough because we get 2 for the win and then some other stuff there too, and it gets diluted too much, basically. Yeah, I'll have to redo the name fix after stream. The kit I called Hot. Oh, is this... Okay, that is... I feel like the sponsor kind of ruins it a little. Not because it's McDonald's specific, but because of the colours. But it's still a pretty sick kit. Presumably one of the kits they'll be wearing in their 17 matches in the Club World Cup over the course of this summer. Oh no, like a 4th or 5th is not the end of the world when you look at what you actually get for 5th. It's just not something we've ever experienced, I feel like, in... Wait, is it in this screen? It is this one, isn't it? Yeah, so 5th place, you'd get 3 in the league phase. And then we'd get 1 in the third plot. Oh, so you still get 7 teams? Or do you? And then for 5th there, that's the same. And Europa League... So the only differences really would be that our 4th place team would have to do a qualifying game, which in a way could perhaps benefit us, because if they were to lose that game, which there's every chance they could, they'd end up in the Europa League, so we'd get an extra team in a lower competition, which would probably be working out more in our favour. And as for this one, there is the danger of them having to go through a second round of qualifiers, which could be against anybody, but it's not too bad. I feel like... You're right, actually. 6th place is the one that we don't want to fall to, because that would actually lose us like actual European spots. 5th is actually quite a nice little ditty for us there, I'd say. So that might be a year where, especially as that's a year removed, so that's not next year, it's the year after, we'd actually get a nice little run up to that.
Would be just fine, but I'd rather be dressed to the nines. It's a truth you can't refute. Nothing suits me like a suit. Picture a world where all the boys and girls are impeccably well dressed. That delivery guy in a jacket and tie. That puppy in a double breast, that 80s dude with mutton chops, that baby with a lollipop, that lady cop who's kinda cute. Nothing suits him like a suit.
Nothing suits him like a suit. It's true. Thank you for the 59 backpost. And
they are building it now.
Ayohel MTG, thank you very much for the follow. So yeah, you get the equivalent of 2 points for the win, but you also get 2 points for winning the match itself too. Oh my god, ready. I was just about to hit continue there. Would you believe it? Thank you so much for the 5 gifts. I haven't done anything yet. Thank you, though. That's incredibly kind of you, friend. Welcome in. You'll be pleased to know that I messed up the intro. Right. I have to continue because we're not technically on match time. We're only on match day. I was setting up a few things before. Looks like Shakhtar have signed... Wait, is that one of our former guys? It is. Also, I feel like there's a glitch in our name, the face pack. There's a certain... This guy's face. I don't know who this fella is, but he shows up every time a team is looking for a manager. I thought he was just the manager of one of these teams. He's not. He's just a random face that seems to get drawn into this specific news article every single time. Wait, he's the Polonia Beaton manager. Anytime a team is looking for a manager, this guy always shows up there, regardless of whether, like, he actually is linked with it, ironically. But even when he's not, he's always there. I'm so used to seeing this guy's face, it's actually the point where I recognize him and I go, someone's looking for a manager now. Politicized in Europe. So in the end, okay. The downside was, I'll just run you through it, because for the Champions League, team meeting, no. Absolutely not. I avoid team meetings like the plague, honestly. It didn't go amazingly. Radomiak came 18th in the Champions League, got through, lost to Bayern in the playoff round by 7-5. So they at least showed a bit of bite. Gornik lost out on the top 24 on goal difference to Spurs, which sucked. Jagiellonia might look like they did well, but they actually only had 1 point going into their going into the last 2 games, which they won. So they were already eliminated by that point. But on the plus side, they did at least get 26 points combined, which is about where I'd expect to be. Club Brugge won their first 4 games, including beating Real Madrid, which is why they're so high up here. Porto were actually top of the league after 6 matches, and then lost and drew and ended up missing out on the top 8 entirely. They were the first team to qualify, and they missed out, thanks to us. And mostly thanks to Levski Sofia. As for the Europa League, that was a bit better, actually, in many ways. Other than obviously us being in the final, where Legia got top 8. They absolutely crushed it, 16 points. Unfortunately, Piaskowicza lost out on goal difference, this time to Celtic. Frustrating times, because that's a lot of points we're losing out as a result of that, unfortunately. Legia went all the way to the semi-finals. They beat Inter, AZ Alkmaar, and then lost to Bayer Leverkusen on penalties. So they were damn close to a final, which is a really good sign that they're making a lot of progress there, and I'm glad they're going to be in the Champions League next year. As for the Conference League, we had Cracovia in there, which kind of sucks because they don't take loans from us, so they're just doing it themselves, and we couldn't really help them. So they did get 8th place, which is okay, I suppose, but it sucks that they're there at all, frankly. As for the playoff knockout round, they drew Rangers in the playoff in round 16, lost 4-0 on aggregate. It sucks, because that was a year where without an English side in the Conference League, someone better could have probably done something there too. Oh yeah, Levski are basically... do they mean mining? I don't know. Levski, what does Levski mean? Because I feel like Levski is a prefix I've heard on quite a few teams before. See you later, ready? Oh. Well, how we got here, if only there was a big old recap video for that. The plan actually was to get the recap video publicly put out yesterday, but unfortunately, as I mentioned in the video, I had a horrible technical issue. 2, in fact. So what happened was, the camera footage for like a 25-minute segment where I was talking about the latter stages of the Champions League completely corrupted. Just was unusable, which meant I had to re-record that entire segment, which obviously takes a while, and then the audio from my OBS randomly fucked up during that segment. So I then had to use audio stuff to make my camera audio work properly for that, and it actually did quite a good job, to be fair, but fucking hell, it was just a nightmare, man. Lesky means, oh, did he? Oh! I thought Hadrian was making a joke about the fact that we have this on-running joke about how every single suffix in Poland relates to something mining. So, like with Gornik and stuff like that. That was what that's why I assumed that, yeah. It's just an on-running joke about how every single team in Poland is named after mining in some way. Obviously they're not, but it feels like it. And Watford were doing things as well. Eastern European teams. I guess it's because of like works teams and stuff like that, right? Oh, really? That's kind of sick, actually. Of course, it's no, I was thinking of Lech Walesa. That's Poland, isn't it? Don't know why I'm thinking about that. That's cool, though. Right, so this is what I wanted to go for the lineup today. Steinbergen got a little bit of an ankle twist, but I feel like we could probably do with him starting because it's Steinbergen, right? Be rude not to. The only player that's missing is Paulo Enrique. He got a hernia. Nothing we can do about it. It is what it is. I had a little look through the players' big matches and stuff, those that we were actually able to see. The only player in the starting 11 that we know of that doesn't like big matches is John. Alvarez is the other option, but he also doesn't like big matches. So ultimately, we're kind of damned if we do, damned if we don't there. Most of the bench also like them, for the most part, that we know of, other than Lucidio. So I'll be kind of limited with bringing him on as well. But other than that, I think we're pretty much good to go at this stage, I would say. Champions League final. Can he go spot? I mean, hey, I wish I'd been able to put it out last night because I didn't want that to happen, because obviously with the Sunday stream starting an hour earlier, it gives me less runway, basically. Right, let's get into this match so I can stop yapping. It's a common complaint. I remember one time, Someone was saying on the comments to the video, the main recap like that, it sucks that they couldn't get to the streams because of various reasons. And someone was just like, don't, they're unbearable. All he does is talk about what he had for breakfast and now he couldn't order a pint in Poland. And I'm just like, what are we talking about? But also, that does sound like me. Prediction. Thank you. Yes. Let's start the prediction now. Oh, all my previous predictions are just will he mess up the intro? Imagine. Well, this is the thing. I don't even have breakfast. As you know, chat, I'm a low friction boy, which means the only thing I have for breakfast is a protein shake, because otherwise I would be a little bit loopy during streams. Right. I'm just going to oh, hang on. Will we win the UCL final? It does remember. I'll give you a 2-minute countdown for that one. Will we win the UCL final? That just basically means will we lift the trophy? Otherwise, you start getting into weird things with that. Will we mess... No, will we mess up the Champions League final? There we go. Oh, imagine that. Sharpak comes off the bench. Media prediction. I actually don't know, and I don't think I can back out and see now because I've clicked into this menu. I don't believe it will let me. Oh, maybe it will. Oh, there we go. It's basically head-to-head. Well, obviously, that's how football works, man. It's basically a dead heat. 37 for them, 36 for us. What I would say is they were run very close by fucking Radomiak Radom. So I kind of feel like, you know, maybe there's a chance. Hello, Nazza. '85th minute. Went on to win. Oh, let's have a look. It claims to be play. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I don't know how the squad numbers thing works either, particularly as the number 99 always seems to be available. It's like a guest role. Trackhouse have Project 91. We've got Project 99. It's just whoever I give it. Oh my god. Oh my god, he missed. At least you got away with it, right? Could be worse. Okay, I'm going to give him beat Vanetti that. Set squad numbers. Amazing. Bayern squad. Oh, we can look at the squad in a minute anyway because we're going to be doing some pre-match stuff. Oh. To lose. I don't know what to make of it, honestly, because Bayern came like middle of the road in the Champions League. They're a reasonably good team, obviously, but I would feel much worse if we were playing an English side because then again, we're still beating a load of them. So what we'll do is oh, you can't even do pressure's all on them. No, that's not true at all. Go on, win it for them. Yeah. Yeah, I should do that one. Sometimes I would do put a little bit of pressure on them, but a game like this, maybe we don't need that. Has the poll expired? Not quite. I'll go to the dugout. Forgot to bring my card. Oh, Pog, silly. I'll transfer you the money later. Don't worry. Whew. I've noticed that a lot, Crazy Brit, lately. I've completely stopped receiving Twitch notifications on my new phone. Now, maybe that's something to do with the fact that it's the new phone, but in theory, the settings are internal to the app and not... But hey, we'll see. Spent so much time setting that up lately, Christ. Can I pay for my pasta? Yes, I'll pay for your pasta, Pog. It could have been a Radomiak versus... Yeah, it would have done. If Bayern had also beaten everybody... If they'd beaten everybody else along the way after that too, it could have been very well. So, it's a Pixel 10 Pro. I needed to get a phone that I could film stuff on for a video series I'm working on soon, and I needed to get one that was
57 months
worked
of
with
OK
the system I was already using.
May this month
and
be the
eager
okayest
for me an
yet.
insane
I don't
upgrade.
have any funny jokes this month.
Thank you for
Just
57.
hope things continue to go well. Shout out Matu, Chato, and Pog.
Thank you, friend. So into Poland, absolutely I would, yes. Yeah, why are Bayern in their away kit? Because they've been drawn as the home team. Unless their away kit... Maybe there's a kit clash in both systems or something whereby... That doesn't make any sense, though. Why would they be in their away kit? Considering they are drawn as the home team and they are literally in Germany too. So actually, while we're here, the Bayern team... Mostly regens are thought at this point. So they've got a Korean goalie. They've also got Omar Al-Hilal, Moroccan right wing back. He's not the youngest. Willy Camboila as well. French centre-back, not the youngest either. They've got Adrian, our former player. So that's definitely not going to come back to bite us. They've got Fortini at left-back, who's another real player. Okay. It's quite an old team then in many ways. Kazuhiko Yoshida, he's a bit younger. Angelo Stiller, who is a real player, of course. 36. They've got Nguyen Van Tan, amazing player. Mostly because Vietnamese name is kind of sick. They've obviously got this guy who sounds Polish, but isn't. Because Asbjorn Radojewski, what a name. This guy, Espada, is insanely good. He's regularly scoring tons of goals against other Polish sides. I feel like every time I do a highlight of a game featuring another Polish side against Bayern, this guy's scoring against them. They've also got Lorenzo Cuso up top, so a double Spanish strike force there. On the bench, they've got Lorenz. Celik is a really good player too. Dreyer as well. Krasnitsky in there too, Borja, Ismail, a lot of Spaniards, basically. Going ahead of England in the save. What would you do with the save? So if we got ahead of England, then that would be the save. Incredibly, if we did that for the very first time ever, that would be curtains, basically. That would be the goal achieved, and we would therefore be finished with it. It's never happened before, but that's what would technically happen there. But yeah, if we ever did have an all-Polish Champions League final, but I've never had an all insert nation here final of any sort on any of my building a nation saves ever, but I know some of you have. If I ever got in that situation, I would 100% throw it, because even if it was our first final, the reason being that it's worth more to their reputation than it is to ours, and the enormous rep bump that you get for winning a final is insane. Now, ours is probably a bit out of sight, but we can still do with a bit more reputation. I can't imagine we're maxed out by any means. In fact, I'd be worried, because there was a bug on previous FMs where what would happen is a lot of the teams would be slowly gaining reps so much over the course of a save that you'd end up with a load of teams that will have basically maxed out rep after about 15 years of the save. Oh my god, what a stop. Did bro save that? Stiller is German, yeah. That was a deflection and then a save, I think. That is an unbelievable oh, fucking hell. We do all that work, save the shot brilliantly, keepers bail them out, and then they go and do that. It is our one little weakness is actually we don't have the tallest players for situations like this, but still, he's just given a free header. There's nothing Agipong can do about that. Right, we're already losing after 2.5 minutes. It's fine. Early days. That is bad, though. Okay. Hello, Chris. I would be doing a lot better if we hadn't just conceded that goal, particularly with Agipong actually pulling out that worldy save. Who's the referee today? Did it say Peter Banks? It is Peter Banks. Hopefully he isn't Robin today. There's a long way to go. Remember, we've trailed in every single Champions League final we've played in, including the one that we won. In fact, we trailed to Arsenal, I think. No, it wasn't twice, was it? We trailed 2-1 to Arsenal, I think, in that game. Plenty of time. Plus, it gives us an opportunity to figure out exactly who their key players are. Their key player isn't likely to be the guy scoring from a corner, most likely, unless they do it a second time. Oh, good block. Kowalski getting deep there, too. I still think we can win this easily. It's just... I will keep an eye on ratings, though. Naeem's already had a poor start. Referee gents. I'm surprised they haven't. And I don't really know why. Because you'd think that actually the referee would be one of those areas of the game where... I mean, there are... hang on. Are there regen refs? Now that I think about it, I don't think there are they? Because I'm pretty certain I still remember Michael Oliver and the gang refereeing matches in like season 30 of Malta. This is full match. It's so weird to me. It doesn't make a lot of sense why there'd be no regen refs. Why is he kicking it so long? Actually, never mind. I'll take that back. Ah, so the refs are all Benjamin buttoning it. I see. That makes more sense. Naeem's going to have a hell of a job on that right-hand side today, but if anyone could do it, it's probably him. No, 120 years old. Yeah. Turns out Methuselah should have taken up refereeing. They have got so much possession early on in this game, but that's okay. Part of this style is to give a bit more of the ball away with the hopes of creating transitions. So, nice. More of that, please. I think as far as like planning our substitutions for later, the obvious one is the wing-back switch that we do, because that always seems to just give us a second lease of life. Without Enrique, it does give us less options to come off the bench for the central midfield. Obradovic obviously would be that guy, most likely, but it sucks that I can't... Oh, that's a good... I like the idea, though. That's more like it from Naeem. Is that not a foul, ref? Nope. Okay, apparently not. As for the rest of them, that's kind of an as and when, really. Like, if we get defensive injuries or something like that. But those three subs are pretty much guaranteed to be. So we will see Coffey, Alvarez, and Obradovic at some point. Other two... If we get an injury, or if someone's playing especially bad, we can work on that perhaps. But without Enrique, we definitely do lack that little extra bit. And unfortunately, with Jens having to start today, it does mean that we now can't bring him on for Kowalski later. Oh yeah. This is about as heavy metal as our tactics have gone in the save. That's a good pass through, but well played, Agipong. Okay. That's fine. Chill it down. Steady. Honestly, just trying to get some possession for a little bit. Take the sting out of the game. Would be nice. What I would say, though, is their left side is pushed up a lot. Which means if we can find the right pass into that spot... I feel like this is the first time John's touched the ball all game. Go on, Johnny boy. Okay, that's fine. He's got support too. That's nice. Oh, back to the edge of the box. Oh, okay. That's where a lot of our chances are more likely to come from. Moments like that. Although, on the breakaway... Oh, please, somebody get to the back post. I beg of you. That's it. Nice. Everybody back. Good, 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 good. I just don't want to concede a dumb penalty. Nice. That's sensible. Just gets it over the bar. No problem. This is looking a bit like it could be a bit end-to-end today. Oh, they look vicious on the counter-attack. It almost feels like coming up against ourselves in many ways. Holy shit, again. They look very dangerous from set pieces. But there's not much we can really do about that because our height is usually the issue there. So that would maybe be something I could look at in the second half, would be bringing on a player specifically to try and defend against that, but that's a hell of a lot of... I think we'll just have to take that risk, basically, and hope for the best. Go on, Nanoir. That's better. He's found Gomez this time. Oh, edge of the box. Kowalski's available. Somebody just pull it back. Pull it back. Bro, what are you doing? That was a great chance. A World Cup sticker album. Oh, that reminds me, chat. I bought a wall chart yesterday. It should be arriving tomorrow, which means by Tuesday's stream, I should be able to have it up here. Giant World Cup wall chart. I'm excited. I was watching... I don't remember what I was watching. I'll tell you what I was watching. I was watching Alcott's World Cup predictions video, and it just looked a bit like a wall chart, and I went, oh, you'd be down again. Because it would have fallen, or because if England would have found a way to get knocked out. A little bit of both, right? This is a very strong start from Bayern. I hate the fact that, as well, unfortunately, what's driving their play a lot is set pieces. Almost all their chances have come from them so far. And I also... Oh, please. That's too deep, surely. I also hate that we can't access things like pass maps outside of... Oh, they are very patient. Right, just get a body in the way. Nicely done, Johnny boy. Is there any, like, stats stuff I can access? Or am I literally banned from accessing any statistical information outside of half-time? Move my mouse, please. So is there anything we can even analyse?
Sick Matt Jam. Sick Matt Jam.
The Lord is back! Thank you for the follow. And Terry Screw Loose, thank you for the 18 months, my friend. That's very kind of you, sir. Yeah, it sucks, because I like being able to look at that sort of stuff mid-game. The only thing we can really do is see the average ratings of their players. Or something. Top right, yeah, that's not useful information. Unless we can go into more detailed information. Because usually, it'll be one of these two that's likely driving the play. But at the moment, we don't know enough about their roles, I don't think, to make those decisions. Plus, you actually can't see their average rating on this screen. Which is really good and not at all a problem. Really? FM, surely. There must be some kind of access to something that we can look at. Can I at least click this to get a bigger one up? Just anything. English, I mean, it's a friendly in it. Like, they played a different team at half-time. I don't really take much about that. What I would say is Rio looks sensational. I loved him in that second half. I love watching players like Rio. He just does things. It's so sick. On the commentary, oh, good idea. The fact that we have to do that is dumb, but that's a great shout. Is there anything in here that maybe we can access? Momentum, that's sort of not really a huge surprise. XG graph, latest scores. No, okay, cool. Let me just quickly put it on only commentary while it's paused. Naughty. So we've got a DL pick. So most likely Stiller is going to be a player that we're going to want to keep an eye on later when they're driving the play. Wow, the game is definitely lacking that kind of stuff, and it needs to change, basically. It's the fact that you can't even access it mid-game is genuinely stunning to me. Like, pass maps and things are so... I'm glad they brought it back, but let me see it, bro, you know? Yeah, latest goal. I think that's just the default placeholder. So he is actually a German. From what we know, we've had a look at him before. He doesn't actually even have Vietnamese second nationality, but he clearly is of Vietnamese descent, for sure. But, yeah. But he actually came through Bayern's academy, which is kind of sick. We actually do have a Vietnamese goalkeeper joining us in the summer, I believe. That guy I took a little punt on because I quite like some of his attributes. Playing from a Vietnamese side as well, which I'm kind of fascinated by. He'll no doubt be a guy we sign and go, oh, he's kind of good. And then we'll never see him again because he actually turned out not to be that good. But I take enough punts on these types of lads that eventually I'm going to be correct, right? I want him to be this saves Moez Noceru. That's my plan. Okay, nice getting a bit of possession finally. That's better. Champions League final. It was... Who was it that got the goal, actually? It was obviously a Bayern player, but I actually can't remember who it was. I'm assuming it was one of their centre-backs. I don't think you can even see that information, can you? No. Caruso. Wait, is he their striker as well? He just happened to be in that position. Or was it Kuso? I think This guy here, right? So they obviously got quite a tall striker. Tobias, silly boy. Portugal, Chile, I guess. I'm afraid my prediction will come true. I worry that they could end up... Ronaldo sometimes feels like a head on a stick at times when he's playing for the national team. And I do feel like that will... Oh, hello. This is where we could get them. Look at the space we've got now. He needs to make the right decision here. Slide him in, please. Okay, that's going to work as well. Oh. We need to... Like, this tactic is set up to get those transition plays. And the fact that he's looked to the wrong side there is saddening. Because he had a completely free teammate running into that channel completely open. Ah, dear. The question is, how long in the World Cup do they take to figure it out? Or do they at all? Loan fodder for the rest of the league? Yeah, pretty much. He'll win the Europa League with Radomiak in a few years or something. Oh, slide him in. That's better! Okay. Naeem's actually had a really poor opening 15 minutes, which is unfortunate for him because... I probably should shout them, actually. I always forget to do that in these games. Most of the defence are struggling a little bit. Is anyone really doing anything? Kowalski and John are okay. Oh, dear. Hello, FM with John. I would be doing better if we weren't losing currently, but I feel like there's a long way to go. Provided we don't concede a second goal anytime soon, we should be okay. Again, Gomez making that run, but he needs the support. Maybe there's a heat issue here, right? That's it. Drop it off. Go again. Look back in field. Yes. Nice. Anwar, just keep driving, buddy. Pull it back. No. He seems to take one more touch than he needs to occasionally, and it's frustrating. Just look for the pass. It's part of his tactical instructions too. Norway are very fun. Or leveraging that. Yeah. I think that means that they'll obviously get caught out more on the left, which is actually kind of what we want. Because if I was to pick out of like Naeem or John as to who I'd want getting forward more frequently and getting a bit more space, it is Naeem. He is our most creative player probably in the entire team. So them giving him a bit of space is certainly not a bad thing. Now, obviously, it does have the counteracting effect of him having to come back a lot the other way as well. But when John does get a bit of space, like this, he certainly knows how to use it. Hopefully he does actually do something with it here and doesn't just lose the ball. No way, John. That's awesome. I think I'm going to see them in September, which is sick. I'm mostly going for Polaris, I'll be honest. But I do like I Prevail too. Most recent album isn't quite the same for me, but that's okay. Turkey, I was talking about this on, I think it was the pod the other day, about how Turkey are never not the dark horse. Even when they don't qualify, somehow... Oh, I like the idea. We haven't had a shot yet, which is concerning. In Manchester, no way. Yeah, I'm going to the Ali Pali one, I think. Real Madrid elections. I heard something about how one of the guys running for president of Real Madrid, who was it that he said he wanted to take as manager? It was someone mental that I thought to myself, really? I actually can't remember. It might have just been, again, me reading stuff on Instagram, in fairness. It was Klopp. You're right, it was Klopp. That was the guy, yep. You mean the Trivago guy, right? Does he realise that man sells hotels now? Promise to sign Haaland. I like the fact that he thinks he has a say in that. I suppose he would do, right? He can put a bid in, I guess. He can try to sign Haaland. I think Bayern might genuinely be time wasting after 18 minutes. I'm not even joking. They're doing a lot of standing on the ball behaviour, or it's just stuff that we don't normally see because we don't always play on full match. Nice, Manor. That was good. I like that. Take over pressing win-backs. I'm good time. We got to the final like, playing this style of play. I'm not going to change it after 18 minutes, right? That would be silly. If we can get to a final playing a certain style, we can win a final playing a certain style, and we certainly don't want to change the entire tactic after 18 minutes because of it, right? Nice. The great thing about them pushing up so far on the left, their left anyway, is that every time we get the ball, it does allow a lot of space for either Gomez into that channel or Naeem himself. So I think if something's going to come, it's going to come because of this. Right, here we go. He's finding spaces now. We just need the right pass. Oh, no, he should have shot there, actually. Joel, have somebody shoot, please. Shoot. Oh, that's better. Much more like it. I think they dicked about a little bit there, but 150 million. Oh, yeah, of course. Do you like the fact... What about if they find a signing that the club only want 110 million and Real Madrid like, oh, we've promised 150 million pound signing, so I guess you're getting more money, lads. That sounds like something they would do just to flex on you, right? We've had a shot. Not really the player I'd want shooting from there, but it's a start. We're at least starting to get a little bit more control now. Passing starting to find itself a bit more. Naeem's still not doing great, but he's looking a bit more in control. Okay. Oh, actually, right. I heard this example of the way that Mbappe plays sometimes for Real Madrid, and I've not been able to unsee it since. Someone described him as playing like he's a pitch invader. And I think it's just the sort of chaotic running style at times. But yeah, someone said he plays like a pitch invader, which I can't unsee it now. He's very chaotic with his, not just the running style and his gait, but also just the way that the ball just seems to be there. Don't pay transfer fees, they just... Do you know, I heard that Andy Robertson was learning English for a year before he joined Spurs. Fuming. Let's go. See Lamborn, thank you very much for the 16. My friend, that is incredibly kind of you. Gomez is into the channel again. Nice, this is way better. Please, somebody shoot. Go on, Kowalski. No! But actually, for once, we're not shooting enough. Which is very unlike us. But at least it gives us an angle, potentially, later in the game. Because we know exactly what to do to turn that on. It's the thing we've been trying to stop them from doing for the longest time. 9 again. Oh. At some point in this game, that is going to work. That space is happening far too frequently now for this to not be... And Jens is on the pitch, remember? Kwasi will put again. Oh, he's wide again. Okay, much more like it. We're finding way more space up on that right-hand side now. Which means I have an idea. I'm swapping Jens and Joao Carlos over. Because I want Jens to be in those shooting positions on the right when we're getting them and not Joao Carlos. Because 1, Jens will actually shoot. And 2, he's good at it. So I think giving him a bit more license to do that in that little spot, if he does get into those positions, could work. Because that's the area where we're actually finally getting through them a little bit more now. Finally, I think they're sitting back a bit more. The possession's very much swung back towards us, as I guess they would retreat slightly. Which isn't always the greatest thing, because that means they might be more defensive and we may struggle to break through them. Oh, that's better, Johnny boy. Come on. Shoot more often. I'm definitely not putting them on shoot more often. That would be catastrophic. But... What the fuck, chat? C. Lamborn, thank you. Sorry, in all my years of streaming, I don't think I've ever seen, or had certainly, obviously, 100 give in the same, like, what the fuck? Genuinely, please tell, like, if that wasn't on purpose, and it was just the wrong, please let me know, and I can talk to Twitch and try and figure that out. Melancholy, thank you for the follow. Why? I know that sounds incredibly dumb to say as a question. If you haven't just been gifted a sub by, I almost kind of wish Pog was here right now. Sorry, chat. Forgive me. Oh my god, that came out of nowhere. Just give me a second. Fucking hell. Oh, I feel a bit emotional. Right, sorry. Forgive me. I'm incredibly grateful that you have no idea. That is genuinely probably one of the nicest things anyone's ever done for me, genuinely. And it's very, very unnecessary. Please never feel like you have to. Grateful for people. I've done nothing for people, mate. I'm just a silly bloke that yaps a lot, right? Okay. I'm willing to accept that is actually sometimes quite helpful for people occasionally, right? But it certainly ain't that. It certainly ain't worth that. Ghosty, thank you very much for the follow as well. That's incredibly kind. He's not getting value for money here. I agree, Millennium. I barely believe that those of you paying your Prime... if you're using your Prime on me, I barely believe you're getting value for money. Let's be honest, right? Oh, no. No. Dyron, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That is incredibly kind on top of that. Okay, I'm going to put Harold Bishop Ultras on for a second, chat. Give me one moment to just collect myself and enjoy some bishops, if you could. You've probably all got the emotes now, thanks to Lamborn, so you know what to do with them. If you don't, follow chat. They'll pick it up quite quickly. Why are you not playing? Because I'm the manager.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead. through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I know what you meant. I was being sassy. It's because something was going on that I felt that required my full attention. So I didn't want to let the match go on in the background while that was happening because we might miss something that was like genuinely important. Holy shit. Well, thank you, Lambo. That's very, very kind of you. Forgive me, chat. I'm just going to quickly go grab myself a holy and I'll be back in a second. But that's okay because you guys get to do a whiz quiz. And if you've not seen the new whiz quiz, you'll enjoy this. Chat will show them what to do. I'll be back in just 1 second, friends.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh, yes, very soon. They are building it now.
Right then, chat. Right then. Obviously, I didn't give you much time on that one, potentially. You got it right at the very end there. I'll give you that one. So, leaderboard for that. Andrew gets one. All time, of course. Andrew now taking the lead on the full time. Oh, I'm out of breath. Right. Hi, leaderboard. Back we go. Whew. Right. Okay. Let's go. Just going to make myself a quick hold and we'll get back into things. Forgive me about that, chat. I just needed to compose myself for a minute. I was a little bit overwhelmed. Okay. Suspect's not going to let me forget that, is he? Up to the sub goal. I think it does it automatically on Twitch, so I don't have any control over that. So yes, let me just say thank you for that, chat. That's ridiculous. I'm extremely grateful. But as always, with anything to do with finances, just please make sure that you're never giving money to people that you can't afford and don't want to. Do you know what I mean? I would never want you to be in that situation, okay? But I'm extremely grateful, so thank you. Hopefully we go on and win this final. I'm just going to celebrate that too. She was? People forget the amount of people that were in Neighbours. You got the talk. I had to do the talk, right? I'd be letting you down if I didn't. Never feel pressured. Never feel like it's FOMO. Just never, please never feel like that is all I want to say. How is it a level 12 hype train from 2 people? That is mental. That is insane, chat. Thank you, Biggie. That's very kind of you to say. I was thinking about this last night. I've been reading this book about adults with ADHD because I've been trying to find some information that's more relevant to me specifically. And one of the things they were talking about is the fact that, and it really resonated with me, is how I never feel pride. It is Kabwala, yeah. And not personally pride. Like, when people say nice things about things I do, I feel good. It makes me feel good. But I don't feel like the actual sense of pride myself. It's really hard to explain. Pog's gone to the dump. She's got to take a lot of boxes to the dump and stuff because my adjustable dumbbells, when that arrived on stream the other day, were massively... I know it's Pride Month. You think if any month I could feel pride myself would be now, but no, apparently not. Even if I was in the LGBT community, I wouldn't feel any pride. God, I'd be useless. I'd be the worst gay. It'd be terrible. Shit. Oh. Yeah, she's at the river. I know, Anarith. You got to balance it out. Please, say something mean. I beg of you. Get you, yeah, in it, yeah. It's one of those underestimated things, I suppose. Where's all this niceness come from? And where were you earlier? Thank you, chat. Okay, do you know what would be really nice? Equalising. That'd be sick. That has to go to the quote list, yeah, doesn't it? The Croatia Hamburg. You heard wrong, Pat. For FN27, most likely we're going to be doing Building a Nation Denmark with HB Kyrgyz because there's a swan on the badge. It doesn't. Oh, by the the way, chat, Pog and I were talking about this last night. Is it true that people with blue eyes are more sensitive can be more sensitive to light on average? I'd heard that for some reason. Mostly because I'm very, very sensitive to light. And Pog's like, you don't have blue eyes though. Isn't that rare? And I don't know if that's true or not. Why did I just take the lid off? Yeah, well, it's frustrating at times. Because you almost have to sort of live vicariously through other people telling you you've done a good job, which is not what you want to have to rely on, because ultimately that is a sort of it's cloying, isn't it, really, in the grand scheme of things. Well, actually, Pog and I did a bit of we were looking at some sort of family history stuff last night, and turns out, like, Pog knew some stuff about her great-grandfather, but we found out last night that he got the Distinguished Service Medal in World War II for saving 20 guys, and he was like a World War One, and he was like a fucking war hero, like a genuine, like, recognised. People had heard of it. I was amazed. How sick is that? Oh, is that all pushed in the back? Blue eyes, and they're like, yeah, I'd heard that. That looked like a push in the back, personally. Second cousins. Well, it all started because she told me the name of her great-grandfather, and I thought, oh, that's an interesting first name. It sounded sort of North African, perhaps, a little bit. And I wondered whether she had some descent in North Africa or whatever. And it turned out that actually it wasn't a North African name, but it wasn't specifically. It was actually an Old Testament name, which apparently in that specific part of the world, there was quite. And we looked at his family. We found that he had loads of brothers and sisters with like proper Old Testament names. It's fantastic. Bring those back. Where's all the Hezekiahs, chat? If you're in chat and your name's Ezekiel, hand up. Yeah, Jebediah as well. Yeah. Just throw Springfield in there. Pog is an Old Testament name. It's actually short for Poggenfella. Wetasata. Thank you very much for the follow. Or is it Wetasata? Either way, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so this is not something I'd even heard of, was to do with the blue eyes being sensitive to light, but Pog just said it like as if it was just really common knowledge. She was like, but you've got brown eyes, you shouldn't be sensitive. I mean, obviously, that's not how it really works. I have to wear sunglasses if it's a little bit cloudy because of the whiteness in the sky, like, reflects off of it. And hey, I shouldn't celebrate a player's injury, but I'm going to. Hey, how's the hamstring, buddy? See, I'm a wanker. Don't give subs to me. This is the kind of behaviour you'll get out of me. North of our country. Really? Actually, that would make sense, I suppose, right? Can we just play on? So I'll tell you what, if Stoyer was still on the team, he'd have played on. There were several goals we scored right back in the day that Stoyer would literally play with a guy laying on the pitch. Good evening, Vietnam. Nice. Oh yeah, not everyone does. I think this means that people perhaps are more likely to be more sensitive to it. Perhaps, I don't know. I'm the worst. But on the plus side, it does give me an excuse to wear sunglasses more. Oh, go on. Yes! He never shows up in big games. Now, I can't help but feel like Bayern might be playing with 10 men right now. Because I think their left side was a little bit gappy there. Great touch from Johnny Boy. And look at this, chat. He played a cross. So my mum, brown eyes and very sensitive to light, so maybe I get that from you, perhaps. But the best thing, what I was going to say before Montbruce did good things for us, is that wearing sunglasses more when I'm in public actually makes me feel more comfortable, because it means I feel less pressure to immediately be making eye contact with people. I was talking to my friends about this about a year ago, and they talk about how I find it difficult to make eye contact sometimes with people, and they were just like, I'd never noticed that, and I'm just like, no, you wouldn't have done, because you're the small group of people where I don't find it like that, but most people I do. I've realised this after a while, that actually that is a thing I struggle with a little bit. Sunglasses kind of help with that. Radio. Ooh, that sounds good. I love that type of stuff. That sounds a little bit like this film called McFarlane USA with Kevin Costner. It's a really good film if you haven't seen it. Uh-oh. Please don't concede immediately, lads. Wear sunglasses at night. I actually have a picture from my friend's 18th birthday party at this random Indian restaurant where my mate Sam was wearing sunglasses at night. But in his defense, it's because he broke his glasses, and the only glasses he had were his adjustable, like his prescription sunglasses. So there's all these pictures of us at this Indian restaurant, and bro's just looking like Stevie Wonder in the background. It's fantastic. Go on, Anwar. We've actually kind of chefed a little bit since about the 20th minute. Bayern seem to have stopped being so aggressive going forward, and it's completely allowed us back into this game. Possession certainly come back towards them more, though, in the last sort of 10. But just getting this game back to level pegging is, silly. Less melatonin, less protected. Interesting. I've started wearing SPF moisturizer in the mornings too. I'm trying to have a glow up, you know. That's part of the plan. Oh, I guess he does kind of get the ball through his legs, so I suppose at that point he does sort of impede him a little bit, but yeah. Ooh. Also, chat, you know, we were hypothesizing about the idea of a kind of batshit, let's go full attack in the league next season tactic. What about the idea of a tactic that's basically every roll is a free roll, and those that aren't have all the instructions on them as if they are a free roll, but everyone's really far forward for it. In possession, that is. So it's just the ultimate total football creativity roll where everybody gets a go. Can't hurt. Hello, Pog. Chat was silly.
What?
Someone gifted 100 subs.
What, 100 subs?
100 subs. From one person.
That's mental.
That is mental.
That's so much money. What the hell?
I'm very grateful, but I'm just, yeah. I've genuinely, in the 6 years I've been streaming, that has never happened. Not in a single, like, dump, if that makes sense. I think someone did once do more than that in a single stream, but it wasn't in one go, and I'm still genuinely kind of overwhelmed by that. Oh, the suit is not helping with that. Yeah, did a whisker. I didn't even need a piss. No, exactly. Oh, that's a ball. Oh, I just went for a drink and a little breath of fresh air. It absolutely does, actually. And I do have some of those left that I save. Not that this is like, I always am like reticent with stuff like that, just because I don't want it to be like a thing where, oh, like if you do this, you do that. It's, no. I just want it to people be rewarded for like crazy things. Right. I've not even spelled that close to correctly. Hopefully this works. I haven't actually done this in a very long time. I believe it should work. New tactic blue lock. Do you know what? I'm down for it. They always need a dumb name. I mean, for a while we were running with a tactic literally called copy of. Should have called it new folder. World Cup Fantasy. I think we should. Yes. What would you reckon is the best one to do it with? Like the best site for World Cup Fantasy? Because I think that'd be quite fun. Or is there like a predictor? Like a predictor game as well? Because I've always found those are fun. The FIFA one. Nice. It's true, I did make half a mod. But in fairness, I don't regret that, actually. Sometimes you need bad cop, right? Hadrian's good cop, Inferno's good cop. Most of the mods are good cop. So we needed bad cop in there eventually. To advance centre backs. Yeah, and then everyone that's forward to that is either free rolls or like creative build-up type play. And he always has Creepy Dave as a British as well. Oh, amazing. Okay, yeah, we'll definitely do that then. Also, for the World Cup, I'm going to change the Whiz Quiz database. So instead of Premier League, former foreign Premier League players, I'm going to do players in current World Cup squads. Just to try and keep things a bit more fancy. Because I found a Wikipedia article that lists all of the players, so I can scrape that using my node thing and put that database into it instead. Because I think that'd be a bit fun. Mix things up a little bit for the World Cup. Ooh. Beg of you, slip it back for some. Oh, what a save! Oh, okay. We're starting to look a little bit better now. Atlantic Cup type challenge. No, just because it would basically simply not work. I mean, not that it wouldn't work. It would just remove... Because if you're doing building a nation, you wouldn't be able to sign any players. And then how would you build the nation? Because if you're doing Athletic Club, you'd only be able to sign, in this case, Basque players, but obviously that wouldn't be the case. So you'd never really be able to progress the nation in any way, ultimately, because there'd be no loan farm. None of the other clubs could really do anything. So they're sort of two separate saves, and I think when you try to combine things like that, sometimes it can get a bit too much. One series or a video idea, loaning out regens, but like how many regens are you realistically going to get? Like I have a loan farm of 300 players that are actually semi-solid. The chances of getting even 10, 15 reasonable... Plus, if you did get regens, you'd have to loan them out. You'd have to have them for your squad because they're any good. So there's simply no way that you could progress with it, really. There's a sort of two different things that I don't think they could ever really mix that well. But what I was going to say is, I thought about a video that I might try and do, actually, which would be... it's the World Cup, and I'm picking England squads and taking it into the World Cup. However... I have to use dumb requirements. So I'm taking an England squad, but it's only really tall fellas. And I have to build an absolute Route 1 shithouse football tactic from it. Or really short guys, or really fast guys. Because I think that would be quite fun. Only tall boys are... So actually, in terms of heights of our squad, it's not too bad. It's just from set pieces, apparently, we are quite bad. Because Akipong, I think, is 6'3", right? 6'4", but he's a goalie, so he's not really doing much there. Kwasielpud is 6'1", 14 jumping reach. Steinbergen is actually technically 5'11" still, isn't he? With 13 jumping reach. And Mana is 6'1" with 16 jumping. Yeah, our backline isn't actually very tall. We don't really have a dominant aerial player. Naeem's got 12. Kowalski has 17, but he's not actually a centre-back. But he's at least helping out there. Johnny's 5'8". Jens is like 5... No, he's actually quite tall, isn't Jens? 6'4". Mompa's 5'11". Joao Carlos is 6 foot, but these are striker players now, and Gomez is quite... actually, he's got 14 jumping reach. We aren't super tall. A Tom-only one? That'd be good, actually, yeah. Yeah, no, stupid stuff. So wait, it would all be one video, because I don't want to drag stuff like that out. It would just be like... The premise would be the tall players one, but then I'd have like 7 or 8 other silly ones in there as well, because I want to play the World Cup mode, and I wanted to figure out what would make me want to play it, and I figured that something like that might actually be quite fun. Only 6'7" players. Where's the thumbnail? Just me doing this. Don't even start. Or do. Welcome in, friend. Oh, no, that was nice. Moving Jens over there, I think we've got better since I moved Jens, because he's taking shots from that spot now, and it's at least winning us corners, it's creating those second balls, it's causing a bit of chaos. For once, us actually being a bit more chaotic is probably a good thing. We really have turned this around. The match momentum chart at half-time is going to be a fascinating read, because I imagine it's going to be white and then changes to red around about 20 minutes in. Oh, hang on. Oh. Yeah, they completely done us in the first 10 minutes or so. We were very lucky not to concede a second goal. That corner they had, about 15 minutes into the game, that Agipong pulled out that worldy stop from. Oh, slip it across maybe. I feel bad for Agipong though, because he deserved to not concede that first goal after that wonderful stop. And he hasn't had a lot to do after that really yet. He had that one other save that he tipped onto the bar. Naeem, back post. John's not going to win this header though, is he? No. Just don't get done on the counter. I want to look at half-time, that must be offside surely, at their pass map, because we're going to be able to finally see it, and see who is actually driving the play for Bayern, so we can try and shut them down a little bit further. Oh, go on. Keeper. Yes, lad. Come on. Yeah, I think the game let it play on because we got the ball back or something. But again, he did get possession, didn't he? Which is really strange. Igorka, thank you for the follow, sir. How are you? Who do you support? Welcome aboard. This is nicely poised. Like, if you said we were going to be drawing at half-time, I'd have taken that. The way we considered the goal is a little bit sucky, and certain players have definitely... Naeem's at least growing his rating again slightly, and he's such an important player that we can't really afford to not have him in the team, but right, this is where he can flourish. Maybe into the channel. There we go. Right, edge of the ball. Oh, that's a penalty. Wait, what? I thought he was falling over. I think the touch was just so bad that it felt like a penalty. It looked to me like the Bayern defender clipped him, but sure. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. They've been actually quite bad. Outside of their goal and those set-piece chances, they haven't really done much. So half-time, normally what we've been doing at half-time in this run to the final at least, is using the pass map to analyse their key player that's driving the play. And usually that's fairly obvious because their rating is usually quite decent as well. But, I mean, number 16 is probably a striker. That's Radojevski dropping in from number 10. Or is he from out wide? So it might be Radojevski, actually. The others are pushing right up and forming this little triangle with Radojevski. And Yoshida's dropping deep. They're certainly pushing down the left a lot more and dropping quite deep here, but obviously with Celik coming on, that's kind of affected that slightly. Yeah, so basically, the bigger the ball, I believe that's the more passes they've made. I think. So he should make... Yeah, I think the larger the icon, the more passes they've been involved in. So they've not got a guy who's completely running it. These three... Because I don't want to man-mark wing-backs, obviously. But to be fair, John also hates big matches, so the other scenario that we could do, because Naeem can play off the left as well, is I switch John out for Naeem, and then I bring Coffee on at right back instead. Potentially. Tony, oh, that one, yeah. Also, I loved how tiny the referee was. There was this bit where she was talking to, I think, the entire New Zealand backline and their goalie, and they had about a foot each on her. It was incredibly funny. She's like this, like trying to, and they were all like fully paying attention and everything. It was just really an interesting height disparity, I suppose. I think it really stood out to me from watching that game was you could immediately tell that it was in the US because there's something to do with the picture quality. And I know this is because America got color definition, high definition TV before we did, which means the technology that they use for it is slightly older, I believe. And it's just slightly more noticeable in the actual picture quality. It just looks a bit different. And you know, you see a game in the States and you just immediately know that it's in America, or like North America, I suppose. I'm just pumped for it, man. And the goals. Oh, the goals, really? Eastern European game in Europe. Yeah. I like that. It's just something... Yeah, so this obviously was on ITV, wasn't it? The Pirate Ship Stadium using a local park Sunday portable goals. I didn't actually notice that. In fairness, this is when we were doing all that stuff to do with Pog's granddad, so I was sort of semi-watching the game. Postcode! Thank you very much for the 24 months, my friend. Hope you're having a fabulous... It's not quite afternoon yet. It's not even close to being afternoon yet. What am I jabbering on about? So I think, if we're not already, one little tiny tweak is to type mark Radishevsky, which we're already doing. Okay, cool. So in that case... My assistant also... Let me just ask my assistant for any option... Wait. Oh, he's got no advice. Okay, fair enough. In that case, Chelik, who came on for Nguyen Van Tan, it would make sense to at least give him similar options or similar instructions so he doesn't get too much space. And given that Stiller is playing as their playmaker from deep, I do maybe want to try and take him out of the game a little bit too. Just have someone sit on him, because we've got a player that can do that. But the rest of it, I think that's probably okay for the time being. He's actually got the most assists for them this year from deep midfield. Kusa's the top scorer. Okay, I don't mind that. This has been a really bad final as well in terms of pure on-pitch quality. It's been properly ass. Oh, really? Because this game was in... Was it Tampa, the England game was in? But Kurga trip or not? We haven't really talked about it yet, Basil, because it's one of those things where there's no point in us planning a trip yet until we've got everything locked in. Because just anything can happen with FM27 or whatever. And... So I don't normally start planning that kind of stuff until literally we've even started the save, because usually it happens the following sort of year anyway, so we wouldn't be doing that until sort of early next year, I'd have thought. Which gives plenty of time to do that. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to just try and G them up here, not going to try and... Oh, Christ. Wait, why did you get made unsure when I'm talking about midfielders? What could I have possibly said to them that would have... I always find it weird when players react to things you've not even said to them. Oh, yeah. No way. It also took me longer than it should have done to realise that we were the ones playing in the red and blue, because the picture quality was just a bit weird and it looked like it was black and red. And I was like, why are New Zealand playing in black and red? Oh, mate, if you haven't seen the goal that Anthony Robinson scored against, was it Germany, for the US yesterday? Holy shit. It was Jens Hjortedal level good. He's absolutely twatted it. It reminds me a little bit of that Stephen Reed goal for Blackburn against Wigan back in the old day of the Premier League. One of the hardest shots I've ever seen. Insanely good stuff. I was listening to it on the wireless, Chaser. Follow my account. I don't know. Maybe you already do? What? Oh my goodness me. Would never do it for us. I don't think he'd often get in that position, to be fair. Usually when Fulham have attacking corners, Robinson's usually sat on the halfway line as one of our recovery defenders, so I feel like he doesn't often get the opportunity, in fairness. Yeah, one of those goals was a penalty, which he scored on the game against Wolves. Really good penalty, by the way. So if US do get an award, where's he playing that to? German squad for the World Cup. I actually don't know much about the German squad for the World Cup, if I'm honest. We were looking through some of the squads the other day on stream, and I was surprised at just how few of we were looking at the Senegal squad, in fairness. It made me realise just how regen-pilled I am in FM that I know so few of those real players. Unfollows from itself. That is really weird, but surely if you're pressing it and it unfollows, that means you already followed, but that is very odd. So how old is Lewandowski these days? And is he presumably a free agent this summer then? Because, I mean, I know of a certain Polish team in the second tier that have just won that league that might potentially use his services. They're based on a lovely river. 38. But I think with a player like Lewandowski, he could still absolutely do a job for the right team, right? Or Porto would be really fun, actually. This is nice. Naeem's getting a bit more space. That's too easy for the keeper that time. Montperouse, despite scoring a goal, his average rating has still a little bit bad. In terms of substitutions later, I'm always careful with Gomez because he... On the bench, he's like, it's Vanetti, it's Duru, and it's Sharpek. And it's like... I don't feel like Vanetti or Duru are going to add much to us that Gomez isn't, because the speed that he offers on the counter-attack is really useful. I'd be willing to leave him on for as long as I can, even if his rating isn't especially great, because I think he's doing stuff that's intangible in this game. But if we were to find ourselves in a good position, I wouldn't be opposed to throwing on Sharpek for the memes. Come on, John. Oh, that's nice. Joao Carlos, back to John, back to Joao Carlos. Drill it. Drill it. Okay, somebody drill it. Jens. Give it to Jens, he'll do it. Hello, J-Tux. Chelsea road. That is not the sort of sign that Chelsea need. I don't think that'd be good for him either, really. Blackburn? I'd love that. That'd be sick. That Snollebolikish thing is actually such a vibe. I'm a huge fan of that. Let me just quickly do that. We did that. Ball in. It's too high. In fact, so much so, I'm going to skip the song that I've currently got on right now and go straight to it because it's a bop. Who scored? It was Montperouse. John got the ball down the left-hand side and actually played a low cross without cutting back, straight into the path of Montperouse, who just buried it in the bottom corner. But I'm a bit worried that he's still only on a 7 despite scoring a goal. Polish national team. So the goal has got nothing to do with the World Cup. The Building a Nation goal is to build the league itself to make it the #1 league in Europe. So it has nothing to do with the national team. However, if Poland were to do something kind of sick at the World Cup, we might potentially. But their squad is a little bit weird in the sense that it's got a lot of naturalised players in it now because of this weird thing that happened with Spain. So in terms of international management in this save, I'd probably be more likely to take over a random, really weird qualifier for the next World Cup because I do want to play it and I think that would be fun. The plan was to actually take over Andorra at the most recent Euros, but the World Cup mode, or the international mode, came out the same day, but that afternoon after stream. Yeah, get Lewandowski in as the manager at Fulham. I mean, if anyone could get our strikers going, it's a striker. Because I feel like with the way FM is, there's bound to be some crazy team that qualifies. I mean, Greece won the last World Cup in this save. So if that could happen, I would like to think that too. Yeah, I want to do that if I do that World Cup video, which I think would be quite fun. And I'm trying to just like work on things the second I get the idea and the novelty's there, because otherwise I'll just never stop it, right? And draw of the World Cup qualifiers. No, that would never work, because then we'd have to do all the World Cup qualifiers. It would slow the save down to an absolute snail's pace, because the second you start doing international management, it just drops the pace. Whereas at an international tournament, that's fine, because you've got nothing else going on. What's up, Pog? Oh, sick! So which medal's that?
That's the victory one.
The victory medal. Okay, cool. So it turns out that the sort of war hero grandfather we were talking about earlier, his medals got sold at auction. But it was actually so it's okay. Desi, hang on, Declan, not Desi. Declan, thank you very much for the follow, man. So Spain didn't win. I am telling you that. Yes, Spain didn't even qualify. I think, which is mental. Oh, that was the last Euros before that, wasn't it? No, yeah, that World Cup Spain didn't qualify for it. Genuinely mad. Repeated 2004. Genuinely, yes, because they beat Portugal in the final. Like, unironically, Greece won the World Cup beating Portugal in the final. Sorry, what I was going to say, which has now gone from... Yeah, they were sold at auction, but they were bought in Australia at a military auction by a long-lost relative of Pogs to bring it back into the family, which is kind of sick.
So we don't have any Jabezis.
You don't have any Jabezis, which is what I thought was the case.
This is Grandad Bob's one from World War.
Yes, my granddad has that one. I haven't seen Jack on Bargain Hunt yet. Is that out now? Because that was Friday, right?
Who's on Bargain Hunt?
Jack.
Work the Space?
Work the Space. He works the space into antiques.
No way!
I need to find that. It'll be on iPlayer, right?
What?
Or is that ITV? No, it's BBC, isn't it?
Really?
Hell yeah. Has anyone got a link to the episode so I can put it in my notes for later? Did he go on with Mrs. The Space, or was it with a mate or something? I didn't actually see. I'd probably just go on Jack's...
What a thing to do.
On his Twitter, I suppose, but like, still, that's sick. Oh no, we've got an injury. Is that Naeem? The wok reveal. It was the wok reveal.
Wow.
Is that Naeem? It is Naeem. Repeated lines more than once. Yeah. I guess you kind of get a little peek behind the curtain with that, don't you? Nice, thank you. Ah!
Yes, look at that!
Look at his little face. Amazing. I know what I'm watching later. Move over, NASCAR. I'm watching Work the Space on Bargain Hunt. It's the dream. Did I even actually... Oh, he is hurt. Right. I was hoping he would not get a potential groin injury as well. He's had a bad game.
Giuseppe says hello.
Giuseppe says hello. Is Giuseppe the pasta man?
Yeah. Find out his name today.
You let me know later how much you spent and I'll transfer you the money.
20 quid.
Okay, that's fine. Nice. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack, and thank you, chat. Right. Too early to make any more subs, I think. But at least we can get an idea of... That has now meant that we probably are going to have to bring on Alvarez later, because now we can't do the thing we were planning on. Other options off the bench. Ober is a guarantee probably for João Carlos some point later. The rest of them, though, is very... You know? Strikers are there. Meza, who he's completely untested. Lucinho. Steinberg has actually done better than Manor, honestly, today. Jack Height confirmed. Oh no, Jack is a tall man. He's very tall.
very tall.
He's at least 6'1", 6'2", right?
He is
I would have
quite
thought.
tall, yeah.
That's why all the pictures of FIFA E, it's Jack and Tom, and there's me and Aaron like, hi! And I'm here for it. Right, I'll just do that for the time being. Because this game is going further. Whew.
Oh my god, look at that.
17-year-old Reach.
God, look at that.
Yeah, Tom's like 6'4". What's up?
Seeing that 100 up there.
100 up where? Oh, yeah, sorry, I thought you meant the temperature. It's like, it's not that hot. Just because you're in the room, love.
No.
God, Johnny Boy he's such a good defender. The problem I worry about with taking John off as well is, despite Alvarez's attributes looking like he should be really good on the defensive side of things, he is constantly getting out of position for like back post crosses, which is weird because he does have exceptional positioning and marking. But John is always in the right place for those types of things. Gomez is very narrow here. That's fine though. Yeah, he also doesn't like big matches, but then neither does John. So John's managed to put in this kind of performance. There is no one else we could bring on, so Alvarez will have to come in.
They are building it now.
It's just, remember, Alvarez also scored us the winning goal in the semi-final. So he's clearly got, maybe we just got lucky with that, to be fair. Alex, man, I almost said World Cup then. I'm that World Cup pilled, it's ridiculous. That's a great pass. Thank you very much for the follow. That is concerning because I don't think that's offside. That's just a really well-timed run. Nah, it's just a really good run. It's an exceptional run. Steinbergen drops quite deep here, which is fine. That's what he's supposed to do. But he does that because he's supposed to be covering, and then he just sort of stops instead of tracking the runner. Time for subs. Well, I mean, subs happen when you need to make a sub. Going behind isn't a reason to make a sub unless we've got anything to do specifically. Goals can happen at any time. I nearly said to myself, kickoff goal there. A guy could dream. Right. That's frustrating, actually. How's the match momentum for the second half been? Yeah, it's been back to being Bayern again. Did they make any... Because they did nothing... Well, they haven't offered much with it. But it has been back to being Bayern in control again. But I do wonder if the pattern will continue, where they then start to take their foot off the gas and we get more control again. Yeah, it's not great from Steinbergen. Steinbergen? That's such a poor pass. The addition of Coffee could be good, because Coffee is nearly as good as Naeem. Also, I found out earlier that Alvarez is on a breakthrough prospect contract still, despite being 25. He's never asked for a squad role that's higher than that. Terrible from Steinmetz, I know. What's he doing in the wrong save? Hello, Hayden. We were doing great up until about a minute ago where we just conceded what could end up being the winning goal, unfortunately. Still, we've got half an hour, actually. Plenty of time to turn this around. Bayern have been slightly better in the second half. Actually, have they? I feel like we're still actually probably in control of this in the second half in terms of... That's their only shot, I think, of the entire second period, whereas we're still having little moments. I think we just do more of the same. But the striker... He's in the right pocket there. We just need the right run. Yeah, we need like Nehemiah Oriola or something. Someone that's clutch for us. That's nice. Really nice. Come on, Abdullah. It's one as a corner. That's okay. A youth deal? No way. How long was the youth deal? That's mental. Yeah, Montperussi's dropping rating more and more as well now. Their keeper is actually really good at claiming those. Man has been poor. I'll give it till 65 and then I'll try to think about what we want to do sub-wise. Because Jens has been okay. He's not lost rating. He's not really gained it. He's just kind of been there. Ooh, that's annoying. Come on, get a touch in. Get a touch. I wonder if we do want to start putting a little bit more pressure on the ball in the midfield. And so I might as well, when I make those substitutes, switch our centre mids from screening to pressing, or one of them at least, to just put a little bit more pressure on it and try and aid that counter press as well. I think the standoff thing that we do actually works really well because it creates space for transitions. But right now, we actually want to be winning the ball a bit sooner. And I think that might help. It's a risk, but when you're a goal down, you kind of got to take a bit more risk at that point. That's a great pass. No, it's not. It should have been, but the wrong player has the ball. As if he was offside. Bro, leave the ball for Coffee. Deary me. Buff yourself. Is Monaco 2 o'clock? I actually forgot about Monaco. I did watch the qualifying yesterday, but I forgot about the actual race. Like most people do. But yeah, we'll stream to just before Monaco then. We do some transfers and stuff afterwards. This is Natty Cap scouting. In a way, what I might do is we could do some preliminary scouting after this. That means we don't have to go past the loan extension date, which means I could do that off stream so you don't have to watch that. Through into the final. Exactly. We might as well try and go for it at that point. But the difference is, you sometimes don't want to take risks in games where even if you're losing, where you still feel like you're actually in the ascendancy in places and you could actually still, like your current strategy is doing things creatively. But right now, I think what's happening is we're not winning the ball in the right places. Yeah, I think I'm going to make the subs now and play that out. Yeah, we'll do some scouting after that. Okay. Monaco's a race again. I'm not expecting that, unfortunately. I suspect it will be largely a procession, but that's okay. I'll put it on in the background. It's not like there's other sport. I mean, still the NASCAR later. I, for some reason, thought the NASCAR was at Coronado this week. Turns out, I think that's next week. I am so hyped for that. They've really steered into the hell yeah skid with that, with the Top Gun stuff. It's going to be amazing. Okay. So, João Carlos hasn't been that bad, and he's so fresh still. I'm not going to bring Oberon yet. I feel like with these guys here, they're still so fresh. Their ratings are actually decent. They're driving a lot of the play. I think like removing them for no reason is just going to make us worse. But I might make that tweak to one of these two. Who's better at pressing and tackling? 12 tackling, 12 work rate. João Carlos is probably better, right? 11 tackling, higher work rate. Ooh. He's got one less tackling, but I think his work rate might be what we need, the pressure run, for the pressing central midfielder. Just get him moving up on the ball a little bit more. That way, there's just someone else to try and take the ball off them. Or do I want them both to press at the same time to create more of a concise movement? Otherwise, they'll just play around him. Yeah, obviously, if he had much worse tackling, I'd change my mind on that. But I think considering it's close... John can play off the right. What's John's... Part of me wonders... No, he can't play the role at all, can he? That's the thing I could have done before with Naeem, was move him to the left and push John to the right, perhaps, because then he would have been cutting inside. And we did do that in the last Champions League final that we won, actually. So that's fine. The rest of the tactical stuff I'm absolutely fine with. Okay, yeah, we do full game for finals. So, Alvarez on for John. My worry is that John is almost not... I feel like we've not seen all of him, but then... What other role could I even put him on in this team? There's no other place where he can really... Other than right back, which we've just brought a player on there, so we can't move Coffey to somewhere else, so John pretty much has to stay in the team. Oh, Kraków was amazing, Kov. Honestly. One of my favourite cities I've ever seen. Knackered, he's not, though. It's not knackered. He's fairly tired, but it's not quite like substitute him immediately type knackered, but... Fresh legs probably would be... It sucks because he's probably been our best player today. The Pud has also struggled slightly. But the options really are Lucinho, who hates a big match. But you do roll the dice on him being exceptionally good as well. We'd have windows left, but obviously if we want to make changes that are going to impact the team... Access to offices? Offices? I'm always needing offices. Sorry, for some reason Instagram is really bad at... It basically just doesn't notify me I get messages half the time unless I go digging through stuff. Twitter's just as bad for that. It's frustrating. I'd much rather it didn't have that feature and I can just decide what I get and don't get, right? Coffee's on, Alvarez is on. The rest of the subs are... So we've got Molski, but he makes us worse midfield. Obradovic, again, is the same, but he's decent. Striker-wise, it's fitness levels as well that could be the issue as well. Making subs now. Kusa's already off. Yeah, I wonder if I just make that one sub, wait another 10 minutes, and then come back with the next batch and go for 15 minutes of just balls to the wall. Clutch sometimes, yeah, but he's been really bad as a substitute this season. When we brought him off the bench, he's really not cooked. At least he's got decent sharpness. In fact, most of them do, in fairness, with the exception of Vanetti and Mesa, which basically rules out Vanetti. Right, I'm going to just... make that one sub and that tactical tweak and then wait another 10 minutes, then throw on fresh legs against slightly tired legs and see if that makes any difference for us. Because Bayern are starting to make those changes now, as you say. You could get that, you know. Watch the score now off this highlight before I even actually make the subs. Oh, that's a bit of space for Kowalski. Kowalski! Oh, imagine if the 18-year-old had scored with his majestic ponytail. Wait too long. Yeah, of course. But if you don't wait long enough, then you're not going to be playing against the right players. Like, you want those fresh legs to matter more. So if we wait a tiny bit longer, then they're going to be up against even tireder legs in those positions. The wide positions obviously already had the changes, which is unfortunate because that's an area I really like to do that. It's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't type situations where if it works, then you're a genius, and if it doesn't, then you were wrong the whole time because there's no in between really, right? That was a lovely little goal. Was that the outside of his foot he's hit that with as well? He doesn't really get into those positions. I wonder if actually taking him off of shoot more, not shoot more often, just letting him have the occasional little shot from those sort of positions a bit more frequently might just cause enough chaos in a game like this. Because Jens will shoot from that position anyway, because it's Jens. But Kowalski listens to the instruction a little bit too much, to the point where he'll sometimes pass the ball to someone in a worse position when he's got a shot on. And I wonder if just... Yeah, there's a reason we had him on that. I mean, most people have that on this tactic now, in fairness. Even Jens does, but he still shoots a lot. But in a game like this, I just wonder if maybe that could help. Because we're getting a few shots. I mean, we were always kind of getting a few. It's been a very even game. I think it would be hard done by to lose this one 2-1. They're getting those runs cut off nicely. The main offender, I don't believe he was. The main offender is usually João Carlos. He's been hideously bad for that this season. That's why I actually turned him back onto that role, as it happens. Although, now that I've moved Jens into that position, it might behoove me to take that off of that role. Because I didn't have this on there before. And João Carlos was shooting too often. But now I actually wouldn't mind Jens having a few shots because it's him in that spot and he actually can score them. João Carlos just doesn't score enough of them to make it worthwhile. Jensi, on the other hand, does. And he once scored 10 bangers in one season, which is actually insane. Right, he's pushed right up. Hello, Blair. Oh, that's nice. I wonder if Gomez is getting a bit tired as well. Is this highlight ever going to happen? Or is the ball just stayed in play the entire time? Oh, that's a pass. Coffee's through. Where's the support? Please, back inside. No, what are you doing? I mean, the decision-making on Gomez there is enough to make him get substituted at the next chance. I might do 70 minutes for these next subs, actually. Because Gomez, I think, has probably run his race a little bit here. Oh, no, the changes have happened. Alvarez is in. Oh, that's more like it. He's taking him on a bit more now. But I don't know why we're still... What change did I make that it's now saying we've got changes pending? Because I think I did make one, but I can't remember what it was. We're just going to need the ball to go out of play for this. Oh, the shoot more often thing. Yes, thank you. It's just been a while since it's gone out of play. Bayern will also definitely retreat a little bit, considering they're a goal up here with 23 minutes to go, which should allow us onto them a little bit more too. Mana's been bad too. I think I might take off Mana. Maybe even throw someone like Lucinho on, just because I know he doesn't like big matches, but the sheer attributes he's got might outweigh that in a game like this with the quality he could add to the pitch. It's nice being able to bring actual quality on for once, rather than making the team worse in terms of its actual on-pitch CA, if you like. Wow. He's had 2 goes at him. Probably a foul in the end there. There we go. Right, cool. Particularly as Montparnasse has also started hurting in terms of rating also, because he's now down to a 6.7, which might not sound bad, but he scored a goal in this game. And I think that took him like a 7.2 when he scored. So he's just been losing rating throughout the rest of the match. But hey, he's done his part. Oh, slip it into the channel. Coffee's in. Go on, just shoot. No. Hello, S. Franco. We're okay. I liked the play, though. That was nice. Creating the space was good. And Coffee's actually got... That's no nonsense, all right. Holy shit. What's bro doing? Oh, that wasn't even because of a substitution. I thought that was just so they could make a sub or something. How very strange. Right, let's set up the next round of these right now. Capoeirista. Thank you very much for the follow. Gomez is apprehensive as well. Mana's apprehensive or very frustrated. Right. That means I'm gonna roll the changes on those two. Duru or Sharpak? Yeah, last stoppage, so I want to make a third sub with the midfielders as well, probably with this one. Montparnasse is more tired than João Carlos. Sorry, less tired than João Carlos and has played better. I'm going to move Montparnasse out wide and I'm going to bring on... No, I'm going to bring on Montparnasse. I'm going to bring Obradovic on in the middle instead. To let Mompa have a bit more space in the wide positions, in theory. One more sub. Sharpek, Duru. To give you an idea, Duru, established striker, hasn't really done a lot off the bench for us though in recent years. Sharpek, 16 years old. But he's right-footed. It's one of these things where you kind of feel like experience is meaningless, right? Because experience isn't an attribute. The story's there, innit? The story is there. Fuck it. Lick the stamp and send it. You've got to, right? We're losing anyway. Duru is unlikely to do anything off the bench. He's already established that he's not likely to do that. And if Sharpek did do something in this 20 minutes, just think of what could happen. Bear in mind, Sharpek has the traits attempts overhead kicks. Which I love. Where did he get that at that age? He also has two really nice traits, which is likes to round the goalkeeper. And there's another one he has too, which is quite a good... Oh, that's fine. I can't remember what the other one is. I'll wait till he's fully on, and then we'll see. Right. I know he's not actually technically on yet. The game says he's on, but... Yeah, you're right. Runs with ball through centre, which could actually be okay for the sort of... He's not great in the air. Right? Then again, Gomez isn't great in the air either, so I don't think that's going to make much difference. Yes, wow! This is where we want to be winning it. Oh, that's a ball! No! That was very close to being a moment and a half there. He's just overhit that by a fraction. If he's literally any amount less on that ball, and Monprus is probably rounding the keeper for 2-2 there. Put on the goalkeeper. I did actually put a goalkeeper on the bench, you might have noticed. I didn't have to. We did have another player that I could have put on, but I was like, you know what? It's a Champions League final. Just in case, with a 12-man bench, I will put a goalie on the bench this time. Oh, no. Espada Soda, it's a great first. No, he's going a bit wide, actually. It's quite good defending, to be fair. Although they've got to go out the back post. Right, just get a touch. Nice, Yenzi boy. People of a lane. Right, big changes have happened now. Let's go. So yeah, I think can I see his traits from here? Yeah, so he has runs with ball through centre, likes to round keeper, and attempts overhead kicks, which actually, most of those things suit us really nicely. And overhead kicks is just a fun thing to have. I don't think I've seen an overhead kick attempted in 26 yet, so imagine he scores an overhead kick in the final. Oh, we will track him too, once we can next get him an opportunity to actually be seen here. Oh, handball there. 17 minutes. The chances are coming still. He just loves the trampoline. And who doesn't, right? We were looking at an Airbnb in Venice, and it turns out I had a trampoline in the back garden, which we were suddenly way more excited about.
Watching with one Zlatan goal versus England, where he scores an overhead from 30 yards.
Maybe. Maybe. I just want to see him get a few touches near, see if he can actually do anything. Right, here he is on the ball. Linking the play. Oh my god, that was a dangerous pass. Just sensible, lad. Don't need to overdo it. Just get in the right positions, get some touches. That's okay. Bayern have not had a shot since their goal. In fact, I think that might still be their only shot of the entire second half, but we've not managed to assert much. Jens. Sharp. Oh. Oh, I like the idea. Oh my goodness me, that was a dangerous pass. Right, keep spreading it. Alvarez, take your man on. Go outside. No! Oh, he's so good in those positions too. Normally he will absolutely skin his man there. Oh yeah, I forgot I put Lucchini on the other side. Right, Alvarez is into the box. Alvarez is into the box. Oh, go on. Ah, wait, is he still... Is the ball still in play? What are they doing? Oh my days. What are Bayern playing at here? Kowalski. Back to Lucchini now. No.
You should
that was the weirdest passage to play.
Try going outside and
Thank you
take
for the
some
24
fresh
months.
air. One thing is to have an opinion
Yes.
or contradiction with another person, and another thing is to take a contradictory opinion and transform it in a personal insult. You sound very aggressive in your sentences, and that are not signs of a very shrewd person. It is sad to see so many low IQ, toxic, fat, random people.
Still my favourite copy pasta of all time. Not even close. Thank you for the 24 months, friend. How are you, friend? Hopefully your day's going better than ours so far. Get a touch in. That's fine. Let me just look at Bayern's substitutes as well, because they've likely made a few, so I want to make sure that we're... So Stiller and Yoshida are still there. Actually, wait. So they've got Ishmael on up top. Were we marking their striker before? That's the thing. I don't think we were, actually, were we? Oh, it was Caruso, which we were doing hard on him. So we'll tackle hard. Has a horrible rating. He does, but, like, that's just FM, unfortunately. Our goalkeeper hasn't done anything wrong. The goals aren't his fault. They just get punished because you concede, as if it's in any way his fault. So players they brought on. So Fortini's gone off now and has been replaced. Actually, they put Dreyer out to the left side. Just want to double up what we were doing on those guys before. And Van Tan obviously did. Yeah, nice. Trigger press on all of them. Actually, probably not the... I mean, it's not the best idea either, but I think at this point, for pressing them the way that we want to be pressing them, we may as well be just going after them relentlessly for the next 15 minutes here, because I wouldn't normally do that, but at this stage, what difference does it make, right? I want to see us get... It might be enough to get us a chance where we can win the ball in a good area. And worst case scenario, we get played through because of the press. Don't let him take you on the outside. That's too deep. We're fine. Now, I mean, I don't mind making these sort of changes at this stage in the game. It's when we do it like after 20 minutes, it's a little bit different. But here, we're already losing a goal. We need to just press as hard as possible. Everything else in the actual team instructions is already set for that anyway. This will just add that little extra, give Bayern a little bit less time on the ball. And if they're good enough, they should be able to play through it and likely score a third goal because of the extra space they'll now have if they can get through it. But if they can't, it will give us options. Nice again. Okay. Sharp. Nice. He's actually got the ball for once. Right. Come on then. Come on, lad. Drive with it, sir. He's got 2 players on him. He needs support and he gets it. Nice. That was good. Poor decision making there. Good lord. Agipong's on a 6. How is he suddenly on a 6? What did he do? Why has his rating suddenly got so bad? I don't feel like he's done anything wrong. Maybe that's why we were judging our goalkeepers too harshly at times. I mean, they obviously were making mistakes at times, but he certainly hasn't. Poor long balls. I don't know why he's even playing long balls, in fairness. Because the tactic is supposed to be... That's a lovely pass as well. Oh, careful, Pod. Can you be careful, love? Oh, okay. Let me just have a look at his distribution, because I'm pretty certain he's not supposed to be playing it long. Standard. I might just... Oh, that's more direct. Shorter... What about the distribution? Short centre-backs. Maybe the centre-backs are getting marked up. Do you remember when you used to be able to target forward? That's the role. So yes. Do you remember there used to be an option where you could do centre-backs and full-backs? But now you can't anymore, which kind of sucks. I used to like doing that. Despite me doing that, I might actually stick it on balance to let him choose where he's going to put it. Okay. Yeah. Good. Absolutely. I mean, we could do that, but I still trust our style of play because that's what's created chances to get us here. Right. Sorry. What's up, my love? It's good luck for us. We'll get it. Possession's sort of fallen away a little bit too, actually. It's these positions where I just love it if we could just get a little bit of pressure on them. Right. That's fine, Steinberger. Nice. Right. Cool. I just want him to distribute this more smartly in these positions. He's lost more rating again. He's just losing rating, but doing absolutely nothing of bad, I guess. Weird. Well, these guys are very close together there. That's a bad pass. Such a bad pass. Well played, Yenzi, though. Mr. Frogger, thank you for the 56 months.
Paolo Osman says hello. He is going for a holiday in Madrid trying to find Judas Pinedo. A crime will happen. The story will continue.
Like try goals. No, I haven't. I had a look on Steam and the reviews didn't look especially great, but I mean, it's good to see more football games existing, I suppose, right? Oh dear. Monpris is getting tired. We've already made all our subs now too, so that's kind of, it is what it is. Obradovic has been okay, I guess. Doing nothing. I mean, he's clearly doing something that the game is punishing. We're just not sure what exactly. Some of the distribution's definitely a factor in that. Oh, that's a terrible pass. Luckily the defender's there and it's okay, but he needs to be sensible with this. Yeah, no, he can't be doing much with that. Plus, also, keepers kicking it long when they shouldn't be as well is sometimes an indication of low teamwork, because they're going to follow the instructions a little bit less if they are. Oh my god. I mean, we're making our own problems here at this point. Doing things like that is just so unfortunate. What a tackle from... I thought the ref was going to give away a penalty there. The ref was going to give... I suppose he would, wouldn't he? That's nice. Sharping into the channel. But he needs the support. Or is he just going to go alone? Oh, they didn't really get forward with him enough there, weirdly. Like, he's made the run. Slightly higher starting position. At this point, we're just throwing stuff at it with little tweaks here and there. Just kind of want him to be a little bit further ahead for this now. Maybe he gets there on those types of moves. Club World Cup games? No. Club World Cup will very much be next stream, because those games are that'll be fantasy and stuff like that. What we're going to do after this game is we're going to dive straight into deep scouting stuff and try and find some absolute gems for the summer. Right, slide him into the channel. This is nice. Actually, that's a hell of a ball. Monperus! 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 How has he fucking missed that? What a chance. What a ball. I mean, Sharpek's done all he can there. He has to bury that. That is the chance that we've been trying to create the entire time. What a ball from the 16-year-old. The fact that he looked up and actually found that run. Love that, though. More of that, please, lads. Ah, oh, that was the moment. God damn it, man.
That was a very funny noise coming out your mouth.
Yeah, it was us nearly scoring, Pog. Don't worry. Amazing to see that Sharpek is actually on a 7 rating. He's actually come off the bench in a Champions League final as a 16-year-old and is offering things. Gomez didn't do anything like that the entire game. I mean, obviously, it's tough to find a pass like that. You need the perfect scenario, but Jesus. That's incredible. Oh, just keep giving it the ball to Sharpek at this point. He's making the runs. Oh, that's nice. Coffee, go on, lad. Don't shoot. Just keep driving forward. Okay. That'll do, I suppose. Lucinio down the left now. The Lord is back. Thank you very much for the prime. Hopefully the Lord comes with a goal this time. Back for Monperus. Please shoot. Coffee! No! I am... The chances are there. These are the moments, lads. These ones here. Ah, off the base of the post that time. The pressure's mounting. Bayern are on the ropes, but we're not scoring. Oh, dear. We've done enough as well. More runs forward. I think he already does, but maybe. Oh, no, he actually has a fewer forward runs, incredibly. Try and get a bit more of that. Why not at this stage? Just get as many as we can go forward. I'll leave Jens where he is because he's better on the edge of the box. Oh, god damn. No, this isn't our first Champions League final. We've been in 2 before, but they were a while. So basically, we got to a final and won it in season 6, I think, or 7. Then we got to the final the following year and lost. And then we had 3 straight years of being knocked out in the round of 16, which was awful. And this year, we finally got past the round of 16 and went straight back to the final again. And I think we've played well. Ultimately, we've probably done what you'd expect to do statistically in this game, and the chances just haven't got in. Monperus should score that, and that chance from Coffee is a little bit more of a difficult one. That's a great pass from Monperus again. Oh, drill it across. He's got support runners too. There's options now. Jens, that's a poor one. I think, though, we're going to continue having a few more chances in this game. I think there's one more chance coming. I do feel like maybe if that's Naeem, that's a goal. He takes those chances better than most people do. A few minutes left. We need a good amount of stoppage time too, potentially. But Bayern are finding little... That's a nice bit of defending there from Lucinio, who's done okay, actually, off the bench. Quasiopod's weirdly gained rating more as the game's worn on. Monperus has gained a bit of rating back. But Sharpek, if nothing else, the Naeem injury 100% made a huge difference because it messed up our substitution strategy, forced me to make changes I didn't want to make as early as I did, and obviously he's probably our second best player. So losing him so early is definitely not what you want. Oh, it's another good ball in, another good header. Yeah, Bayern did also lose their star winger. This is very true. That said, the guy that scored, came on for him, Celik, is actually incredibly good as well. He's regular... Oh, hang on. Monperus. Look at this push from Monperus. Oh, he nearly went the whole way through them. Right, come on, Jens, win that header. Nice. Hello, man. It'd be going a lot better if we could just... Oh, that's a foul. If we could just find an equaliser here. Celebrating the injury. Maybe it was, and honestly, I deserve that. Please don't shoot from this distance. This better be a short free kick. This is surely too far. Oh, is it a Sparta? The fact that the Sparta wasn't even on the pitch to begin with is mental. He's such a good player. Ah, didn't mind that idea, actually. But now Alvarez is really out of position. Goalkeeper to come up. So the way the goalkeeper comes up is if you go very attacking. And I wouldn't normally, but in a situation like this, there's really no downside to it. This will force the keeper to come up for corners if we get any. Which I think we'll probably get one more corner.
Good,
so getting the keeper up would be fun.
Winter,
unless they score off this play. Oh. Hello, Fana. Hibernian, thank you very much for the follow as well. Fuck. I think it does also show that Sharpek is a player that we will be able to hopefully turn into something awesome. Because the fact that he can handle coming off the bench in a huge game is a big enough challenge for any player. And usually you don't often get a lot out of subs for that stuff, generally speaking. So the fact that he's not only... Oh, go on. come off the bench as a 16-year-old in the Champions League final and has played a couple of great passes, and he's won a free kick up the pitch as well. Look at him go. Why Wisła Kraków? Because building a nation Poland we'd already decided to do. Wisła at the time, for FN25 at least, were going to be in Europa League whilst playing in the second tier, and we thought that'd be quite fun to manage a team from the second tier whilst they were playing in Europe. And obviously that game didn't happen, so we just carried on over into FN26. 4 minutes of stoppage time, but there's only 3 of them left already. Coffey's been good off the bench. Kowalski's done his best today. Montparousse has actually kind of got better again. I've been so impressed with Sharpak. I think I'm fully willing to make him our second choice striker next year, genuinely, and give him these chances. If he's willing to do it, and has already kind of proven in games, oh, look at that from Montparousse. The tenacity of Mompa, since we started making him more aggressive out wide, has actually made a huge difference in this game. But in terms of the big chances in this match, Bayern had 2 big chances, they scored both of them. We had 3 big chances, we scored 1 of them. That's the difference. Ultimately, that has been the biggest difference between the 2 teams today. Okay, corner. Come on. From Poland, nice. I enjoyed Kraków tremendously when we went a couple of months ago. It was fabulous. Is the keeper actually up? Yes, he is. Agipong's in the box. Agipong's up for it. He's now running back for some reason. Ball in from Coffey. Cleared away. Oh, imagine if that had rocketed into the top corner. I think that might be it, friends. I think they're going to take their time over this. If Lucinho scored an equaliser with a volley like that, I might have... The suit would be ripped off of my body at that moment if he'd managed to bury that. I think that probably is it. Unless we can get the ball back off them in the next 30 seconds for one last roll of the dice. But they're being quite smart about it. Right, come on, get one more little bit of possession, lads. No, I think they might have done it. They've just been very smart about this. Right, we've got... Oh, it's going out for a throw, that's it. If we just needed to keep the ball in play there, maybe one last counter-attack could have happened, but they'll take their time over the throw. This will be the last kick of the game, I think. He's going to take his time, and deservedly so. Obra's not actually done a great deal off the bench. They'll keep the ball. And that's going to be it, I think. Coffee with the foul. I mean, you're doing all you can. And he's getting booked, but who cares at this point? Oh, thank you very much for the 32 months, man. That's extremely nice of you. Don't let them score one now, though, lads. We gave them a good go. I think we were the better side in places, but you've got to take your chances, right? Creatively, we did the right thing. The moments fell where they would normally fall. What we did badly in this game was giving up those 2 chances which they scored from. Oh my goodness me. Like, conceding a set-piece goal was... Wait a minute, Sharpak still got it here. Come on, Mateus. He's still going. He's still going. We've got bodies coming forward. What are you doing? Please, one more shot. Montparousse. No! Yeah, let's just dick about with it. Close, but no cigar. The 2 goals they scored. Well, I just mean, like, in a game like this, normally we wouldn't have conceded 2 from that, probably. He did. He just ran out of energy at the very end there. I think he probably loses that if he does drive into the box. Oh, yeah, Sharpak's 100% getting a promotion out of that. Bloody hell. Yeah, it would have been very unfair on Bayern had we scored a goal in this what would have been eventually the 7th minute of stoppage time from 4. I shed it. I shed it now. God damn it. What is that outfit that the manager's got on? I think we definitely... It's good at least that we showed up in the quality that we did. The chances... I mean... It was those early second half moments that Bayern seemed to flourish in quite nicely. And despite our goalkeeper dropping a 5.9, I think that's mostly just because he faced some shots, but I don't really know what he's expected to do about either of the goals, to be honest. Like, Kuso was just a fantastic strike, and the first one was just a brilliant header from a corner, right? It is what it is. NUFC Pro, thank you for the 22 months, my friend. Mr. Florida, man.
The board would like to see you in the office first thing in the morning, Mr. Card.
In it. Bloody hell. Yeah, their manager is the former manager of, I believe, Kraków, right? Not Kraków, sorry, Cracovia. I recognise that name. He's 100% managed in Poland before. God, that sucks. Comes immediately uncool. Yeah, in it. Otherwise, you're just that guy streaming in a suit at that point, isn't it? He's definitely played in Poland. I can show it from here. Oh, no, I can't. I have to go out the game. Fuck. Keeper was harshly punished for that one. What were the actual pass marks like in the end? they definitely got at us a bit more down their right, actually, which was John's side. And I think taking John off was a tough one, but what did Alvarez do? He didn't really do a lot. But John was just going to get more and more tired, and usually that does work for us. Coffee, I think, was the right choice to bring on. Montperouse, actually, I'm glad we kept him on. But maybe I shouldn't have taken Joao Carlos off and just left those guys in there, because Obradovic didn't really offer much, and Joao Carlos has proven in the past that he's quite good in that position. Ober, yeah, and Ober is one of those players that I think I might sell this summer, because one thing, I'll show you now, actually, it's just easy to get out of here. I'll show you properly. Is that our bench is quite old. Our squad is not the youngest for where I normally have my squads at least. But I could accept that because we had to kind of challenge for things. But I feel like our bench a lot of the time has got a lot more... Oh, they've all buggered off for the Club World Cup, haven't they? Right, just get rid of that. Whoop. We just add an age column. Oh, no, I'll do it on the other one. I'll do it on this screen here because it's just a little bit easier to see. Unavailable. So I don't have a column for this either, do I? Right, let's just add an age column in here. You kind of get... Of the players that are on the bench for this game, obviously Sharpek, 16, fine, but Duru, he's 26, Ober is 27, Marion is a goalkeeper, so that's a little bit different, 26, Vanetti's 24 and doesn't play for us, Alvarez obviously is a first teamer, so that's fine, Mesa's 21, so players more like him, Lucinho, I wouldn't mind selling at some point too, Coffee is important for us as too, and Hernandez as well. I want more sort of 18 to 21 type guys, I think, on our bench in future, because then they can develop a bit more because they'll get game time. Paying out the bet, of course, yes. Saturday in the morning, probably not, thankfully. We were expected to get to the quarterfinals this year, and at least we very much did that. Let me choose the prediction outcome. Oh, a lot of you thought we'd win, and to be fair, I actually genuinely thought we would as well. That felt... We will win the UCL final. No, we won't. I felt confident going into that, in fairness. Africa region, go to the nation club coefficients to sort by nation. Oh, okay. Let me think about this. I guess I'll just literally type in Africa. It'd be easier, wouldn't it? I have not drunk enough water. That's what I haven't done. I've had a Holy. Shout out Holy as well, by the way. Our wonderful sponsor for today, of course. I've got some new stuff from Holy, which I don't know if they've actually released yet. But I do have a new bottle from them, which is really cool because it looks a little bit England themed, potentially, I'm guessing, perhaps for the World Cup. Africa. Right, so what was it? Africa? Nation club coefficients. Sorted by nation. I mean, we've got Zanzibar and Zambia. Oh, yeah, where's Zimbabwe? Have they been excised from Africa? Or, hang on, let me just look for Rhodesia. No, they haven't changed their name back. Crazy behaviour. That is very weird. Have SI just forgot that Zimbabwe existed? Wow. But we know they exist because of old Chicken In. Or Chicken Out in this case, I guess. Zimbabwe, indeed. They always ask Zimbabwe, but never Zimbabwe how. Yeah, there they are. That's another broken menu. If you missed it earlier, by the way, Club World Cup, Auckland FC have qualified for it twice, and I've got 2 different groups that they're going to be playing in, so that's going to be hilarious for next stream to try and keep an eye on what the hell they're doing at that. I'm still baffled by that. So we still got 15 million quid for losing it, but it's money at least. And we'll also get a load more money, which is going to be good for our budgets for next season, if nothing else. Brazilian lower divisions. Oh my god. Yes, please. I love seeing Sirens badges in there as well. It's just great. The 6th best stat boom. Thank you very much for the follow. What happened to the other 5? First and second to qualified. We don't believe that's what happened, obviously. It's just a glitch in the game, but it is hilarious that they're actually in 2 different groups. Look at Bundesliga. They didn't go down. They stayed up quite comfortably in the end. I did actually show a load of this stuff in the recap because I thought it'd be quite a fun thing to check on. But yeah, they did stay up in the end. If anything, Dortmund were closer to going down after all. Dortmund ended up finishing on 4th, literally 1 point above the 16th place game, which is mental. Oh, testing these recruitment focuses. Oh, what's that? Oh. So like more Moneyball type stuff where you could actually look for specific things. I've never done it myself, but I wouldn't be opposed to the idea of it. God, imagine that. We actually set up recruitment focuses. I'm a new man. That's what losing a second Champions League final does for you. A Scottish guy, the England flag instead of a Scottish one. Really? Oh, actually, yes, I've seen that too. When I was doing some scouting before last stream, I noticed that when certain scouting views, if I didn't refresh the page, they all just had random nationalities. So I was getting really confused as to why I was like, hang on, these guys can't be Fijian, they're Brazilian or whatever. Such is life. Right, Assman, check that. I think it's as well because I have the nation of birth the nation of birth column instead of nationality, which is probably doing part of the problem there. There is actually a guy called Assman, but he's a first name Assman. Assman Shimanahitsi, which means, obviously we're signing, that Assman is a first name in the Malagasy name pool. Hydra Ninja, great name. Thank you for the follow. Speaking of good names, I appreciate that, my friend. How are you? Hope you're having a wonderful morning. It's the afternoon now, Matt. Damn it. Who do you support? See you later, J-Tux. Right. Yeah, we'll just have him. Why not? I don't feel like we gave much credit to Natty Caps last season, which means I think I'm more excited about it, particularly with it being... It's an odd year, actually, so we won't have quite as many as normal, but that's okay. So our plan basically now is we're going to deep it on a bit of scouting to mean that I don't have to go past the 1st of June. That way, I don't have to waste like 50 minutes of your time doing loan extensions on stream. What I want to do now, though, actually, firstly, before we do anything else, though, is VOD comments, because we've got some. I try to put recap comments in as well, actually. In fact, you know what? I'm going to quickly just check the recap comments now. That way, because it's been out a couple of hours now, so we should have a few that I can maybe bring in right now. Okay. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a great shout, actually. I'll grab that as well. Grab a few of these. Forgive me, chat. Just have a little look through. Right, nice. Okay. It's red. In theory, a lot of these people might not even see these, but I figured it's worth giving it for us to discuss as well. So, let's see. So we'll start with the ones from the actual recaps themselves. No, not recaps. The VODs. So Dickolik, as a regen, you'll be amazed how often you see that name, because I believe he's in the Vanuatuan name pool, right? Hadrian will know this. And because it's quite a small name pool, I would be willing to bet that if most of you right now went into your FM saves and typed in Dickolik, you'll almost certainly find that there is a player with that name, exact name in your save. In fact, I might even have more than one of them. See? Oh no, that's actually Dickovok, in fairness. I've got the single Dickolik here. It's not quite Tanzanian Sweetbert levels, no. The amount of Sweetberts is actually filthy. And I am a little bit too, honestly, Mick. Particularly the way that we lost it as well in that game against Piasco. So we did lose a second game as well. So it's not like we'd only lost one game all season. If we had, that would have been even more frustrating. An update from Ranta Panther as well about his Wisła save. Seems to be a lot better than me in many ways. Actually, wait. For 50 coefficients, 3 qualified for Europe. That's good. Atletico. 24th spot. I mean, it's progress though, isn't it? Like, particularly as that's year 6, and we had a massive head start on that too. 9th place in the last 2 years, that's good. That's a huge step up. I love making all that crazy progress year after year. And you just have one sort of year and it will just push you up the entire thing. Like Ireland this year getting nearly a 12-point season because of Waterford and Shamrock Rovers. That's going to move them up like 10 places in the coefficient. It's actually crazy. Wizard, thank you very much for the follow. What about Howsard? Welcome in, my friend. That's more to do with the thing I was doing before stream. And now we come over to the actual recap. So TV income, it does change, but not a lot. I believe it's gone up by like 17%, but because it starts off at like a relatively meaningless amount, a 17% increase doesn't actually amount to that much. FM's quite bad at measuring things like that. It doesn't help as well that we still have the 8th best league reputation, and that seems to be like really struggling to move for whatever reason. So something else that's probably a good shout was Starman on the other Polish side, although I must admit, I do show the key Lone Farm players in the videos. So I don't know really what that's relating to, but Lone Farm star players for other Polish sides that aren't Lone Farm players would definitely be something that I could show. But I do try to pick out like 5 or 6 Lone Farm stars each season and show them in the videos. I just do it towards the end. And yeah, so we have a player called Cedric Mbappe, who's like a youngster. I believe he's Cameroonian. I'll see if I can find him. And he actually did get an assist in one of our... Where's he gone? There he is. This guy here.
You know if there's a train coming anytime?
Yeah, he's Cameroonian.
Oh, yes,
he's actually quite good.
Soon. They are building it now.
Never really had any successful loan spells. He's the kind of guy that I could see us putting on the bench next season, honestly. KD-N08 or KD-No8. Thank you for the follow. Oh, dear. An even funny one in Scotland. Love to see it. Dick Gear. Move over 5th gear and top gear. It's time for Dick Gear. Yes, Patrick Mbappe was Toulouse's, like... He was a regen, right? That was there the entire save, if I remember correctly. Capped at 1 per season. Is it really? I guess it's just that also the league reps are probably quite high when you get towards these guys, because we're still listed as impressive. Now, I don't know what that actually relates to in terms of the pure numbers, but these guys at the very top are going to be crazy high. They'll probably be close to 10,000 rep. And ours is most certainly nowhere near that, because it isn't just based on what we do. And to be fair, we've not won anything in Europe for a while either, and no one else has too. So they're going to be gaining rep at quite a slow basis. I suspect that in order to see a real gain on the rep rankings, either we or other Polish sides would really actually have to start winning European trophies, which, given that we are only in season 12, is actually still quite early in a building a nation save. And now that we're progressing through each season much faster, I think we see another Polish side win a European trophy within the next 5 years. Club in La Liga. The closest one I would say to a weird club is probably Burgos. They are a little bit strange in that, you don't always see them in there. Oh, Real Sociedad actually got relegated in the end. Along with Borderlasses. Well, probably not Borderlasses. Actually, still in charge. No, not anymore at least. Yeah. And they stayed up as well. Cadiz, who obviously played in Europe a couple of years ago too. The biggest shock... Oh, you'll want to see this, guys, because we know about this from before. But unfortunately, she didn't quite do it. But what did happen is they went unbeaten. Marta kept Marseille unbeaten in Ligue 1 this season, and they still didn't win the title. They only conceded 16 goals this year, and PSG still won. I mean, just got to score more. Unbeaten. Also beat PSG this year too. And in the end, that draw there, I mean, obviously the goal difference would have done them as well. Cost them. Because PSG are just so much better than everybody else. But she's doing a cracking job there, in fairness. Mostly because she goes after all our players, in fairness. Who did PSG lose to? Probably, well, they lost to Marseille and lost to Nice. So literally the two second and third best teams in the league. That would make sense. And Boulogne eventually did get relegated. One thing I didn't actually look at was if there was any craziness going on in the second tiers of the European leagues we have switched on. So we may have a little look through that now, just in case. Now, we obviously know that in the Premier League, Arsenal won the league very comfortably with only 6 defeats, but only the 1 draw. That's mental. They lost quite a few games, but still won the league by 9 points over City. That's a hell of a season for Arsenal. Considering how easily we beat them as well. Oh. Is this... You can't... Oh my god, Giazzo. You can't go wrong with that, but I think there was another one up further in chat, wasn't there? Which now I can't seem to scroll to. So the reason that Marta wants our players is because she spent a lot of time managing in Poland. It's just straight up Dick. What's his full name? That's good. And Vanuatu again as well. So yeah, Marta managed Brukbet Nicetia in the Polish leagues. And so as a result of that, when she took the Marseille job, she's constantly coming in for players from Poland because she just knows it. Better CVG, much better. Hello, Haywood. Fun fact as well, for Oxford United fans, they are promoted to the Premier League. Norwich won the playoff final, but Oxford promoted organically through the league. 88 points, go up behind Coventry. What a season from Oxford United. Quite excited to see them in the top... In the... Cambridge fan then. Fulham still languishing down in mid-table here. Stockport relegated along with Hadrian's Cardiff. Sad for them. Down below that, Barnsley beat Millwall to go up there. Wow, actually top 3 going up for once. Dick Barros Lechau. Not quite what I was expecting. Oh, Swindon, I see. I just immediately assumed that with Oxford it's going to be Cambridge just because that's how it is. I was about to throw my Cambridge United shirt on. Wrexham, I think. Wrexham in this save, and in most saves, I feel like they lose a lot of their money quite quickly, and so as a result, they tend to just sort of slowly limp back down the leagues again. I think they went back to League 2 at one point. We just move this over. Yeah, so they came second in League 2 last season. I hate the fact that this graph is so broken, man. It sucks. Nothing Stats can do about it. It's just the game. Sometimes it works as well, which is even weirder. Shout out to Cheltenham for nearly getting relegated with a -7 goal difference. They actually conceded less than a goal a game and nearly went down, which is mental. So fair play to them. McDonald's also go down along with Halifax Town. Shout out to Dagenham and Redbridge and Aldershot just cutting about in League 1 relatively comfortably too. League 2, Peterborough win Bristol Rovers in the final with Bourne. Wow, 76 points and you win the league. 76 points to win League 2 is actually insane. They didn't even win half of their matches. That might be one of the lowest points tally I've ever seen win League 2 before. Right, this one. Is it just another Dick? Or has it got a cool name attached to it? Dick Cheney. That... Fair enough, Hayden, you win. Dick Cheney! Insane. That... Wow. Is that his first name? It's just Dick Cheney? Because I can totally believe that being a thing. Yeah, Port Vale relegated with 45 points. What a close-ass league. Only 31 points from top to bottom in that league too. Crazy. Now, the National League, Jetley, of course, yes. Rochdale, hey, Rochdale, like in real life, come up from second spot behind Sutton United. Gateshead, Scunthorpe in there. Barnet getting relegated. Southend, sadly, going down to along with Mansfield. Blackpool still struggling down here as well. Buxton? Wait, Buxton are just... Have they been kind of out here for a while? Jesus, they have. They've kind of gone under the radar. I didn't realise how long Buxton had been in the National League. Yeah, Barnet going down quite easily as well. Fake names and banning. So I do always do that sort of stuff, but I think when I added the new name fix in, I forgot to do it for the older version of the database file too, because it's an older version of the save. So that's why we still have Blunieri and stuff in the recaps. I thought it was because it was old save files, but yeah. So the fact they've got promoted and I've actually stuck around is pretty impressive. I think Wilston got promoted, right? I swear Wilston were League 2. I think. Yes, there they are, 17th. They've come a bit closer. How could that possibly be better than that? Mr. President, a second Dick Cheney has hit Hayden's save. there's a whole load of them. That joke works on multiple levels. You're welcome. So, let me go to National League North, because this is the fun one where Oldham got 118 points and only conceded 12 goals. In 46 games, 12. And a 69 goal difference. Shout out Oldham. Northampton with 115 points as well. Kidderminster Harriers got 100 points and didn't get promoted. Rip them. Banbury, Hebburn, Darlington and Hereford heading down. Any surprise teams that are actually doing okay here? As for National League South, I think National League South was a bit duller actually. Newport County win it, Maidstone going up with a huge number of wins towards the end there. And then down at the bottom, Enfield Town, Tunbridge, Horsham and Margate. Oh, Grace Athletic. Wow, I remember them. Dorking down there too. Romanian. I believe the Dick Cheney guys were Malaysian, right? Both of the ones that Hayden just showed were both Romanian, I think at least. I'll talk about to other leagues in a second. I'm just going to do the database lookups because I do want to show you the other other lower leagues because I've not looked at those yet. Sharp Stick Guy, whatever he's called. Oh, Sharpak. Sharp Stick Guy. There he is. This is our boy, Mateus Sharpak. I hate the injury issues that he has. That's the only thing that can maybe hold him back. Or he hates big matches. But, I mean, if you looked at his attributes in isolate and just ignored his age, you'd think, this is a solid player that's, young, early 20s maybe, go over the future. He's 16. So the amount of potential we could get out of him. Now, he's level-headed and fairly ambitious, so we're not sure about his professionalism, but I think with him, it's just going to be lots of football, please. Because this year, he's only played 11 games for us, which is actually not too bad. Given that he only signed for us in January. Next year, he'll play loads more, because he's going to be my backup. Why not? The child in me is giggling. I love this. Decent work. It's good. What was the one that we found earlier in this save? Oh, Amaricio Penis. There was 2 of them. 2 lads in this save are both called Amaricio Penis, which is just fantastic work. Yeah, that was Sharpak. Yeah, that's the thing. Look at his value as well. Particularly when you think about the fact that our values, which is something I actually forgot to mention in the recap video, our player values, the ceiling definitely dropped last season for some reason. And so they're actually squished a bit further. So our best players are not worth anywhere near as much as they were before. Like, they've lost a good 30% of their value. So I think that just shows how good this guy actually is, that he's getting that kind of value at the age of 16. Obviously, we got a long-term deal on him. We paid a bit of money for him, but still. How'd it go? We were probably, chance creation-wise, the better team, but we lost 2-1. Bayern scored a corner goal in the first couple of minutes. We equalised through Montperouse, and then they got a really nice ball in behind in the second half that Steinbergen didn't do a very good job with. We had our chances towards the end. We hit the post through Coffey. Momper had a great chance, which he missed, and those were the ones that we should have got a 2-2 draw at least to go to extra time. Tiger Forward gets the best out of our strikers. I think you might be right, because obviously we played well, but I think that the target forward idea worked really well with the other style of play we were trying to push, but now I wonder if that's actually time to move away from that to get more, a guy that's going to stretch the play a bit more, given that the whole point is to get passing into space a bit going. So I do wonder if a channel forward might work better for someone like Sharpak or a centre forward type role, because that's where he's probably going to be more useful. Still keep the off-centre fact and keep him some like passing moves and stuff. But yeah, particularly as he runs with the ball through the centre. Like, I'll keep him where he is, but he needs to stretch the play a bit more, because he was kind of doing that anyway, right? A-League winners will be a little bit... And we can have a little look at that too, actually. That might be better for next stream, because we've actually got the Club World Cup next stream, so we can test that stuff in it too. So the A-League... Oh. Wait. Oh, hang on. I have to do that, don't I? There we go. Okay. Bloody hell. All right, Auckland. New Zealand dominating, apparently. How many is that in a row? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 straight titles. That would explain why they've done so well and qualified for the Club World Cup twice, yes. Given that they've managed to win 9 consecutive A-Leagues. That's actually fairly impressive, considering that's the overall win, isn't it? The one where they actually have to win the knockout matches or something. So, fair play. Well done, lads. Kind of glad we did at least get them in our group as part of that. No Frank Kirby's, would you believe it? There is a guy here, though, with a cool name called Per Road. Chat, he's one of the fake name Danish players. Jeppe Andersen Brink, but his name is Per Road. Is he like a... Maybe he just works on the highways or something. He just gets paid like that. Doesn't pay... It's not paid per week. Staying wide and making the winger... Thing is, I think with the offset position, he would kind of do that anyway. Facing the games now. There are some facing the games, but luckily, because we started the save so early, the facing the game thing was a bit broken. So we actually don't have anywhere near as many facing the games as you would do, say, in your save, because we dodged that bullet. Obviously, we've got the Patreon regions, which you'll be getting a 3-year video for Patreon regions tomorrow. So you get like 3 years worth of progress. Because of what happened with last season, I simply didn't have time to actually make it. At least we're finally caught up on that now. Stasiak. Paper Race, Paper Road, exactly. My guy. One of the first sort of bright sparks of our intake. I mean, what we expected from him was that he would eventually become a top flight, steady, just about player. And that's basically what he's done. Unfortunately not. We did not win in the end. We probably should have done, but didn't take our chances ultimately. And we lived to fight another day, I suppose. Teenager DB. So, Teenage is a good name. There's loads of names like there's Blessing, Teenage, Amazing, which we've seen in the English name pool before as well. A player search about... Ooh. Find some more Sharpacks. Not a bad idea, actually, yeah. How old was he? Oh, was he... Yeah. Well, I suppose eventually, if you name a guy Teenage, he's going to be Teenage for a bit. At some point. Something. Right, okay. Let's do this search first, just because you never know, right? We might find another Sharpack. Actually, is there any new ones in here? I think I may have already looked at these guys. Well, not looked at them, but set them up for a scout report. I have, cool. Always worth checking. We're going to check with Hadrian's thing first, and then we'll try we'll do Natty Caps in a bit more detail than normal, which is nice. Right, what we're doing, I'm not loading another scout report here, am I? Let me just do a brand new one from, turn that down to 18, get rid of that, and we want based in Polish, 2nd or 3rd tier. What I could do is players based in Poland that, we may have to do like an is or is not type thing. So I want based and then division is, maybe. So, is not in the extra classer, but currently plays in Poland. Because that'll get all of the other leagues in theory, right? Which gives us a lot of players, in fairness. One guy here at Pogon, in fact, Wojciech Aunt. And I suspect that... Surely be Wojciech Uncle. So we can ignore those guys, because we've already scouted them in the past, it would seem. There's a few freebies, which might be guys from our own intake that got released as it happens. Let me sort by players playing games. Might allow us... There's 700 of them! Still put in second teams. Ah, good point. Yes. Right. I'm trying to think how we even avoid that. Because you're right, a lot of these are clearly second team players from almost all of the big sides. Well, the big sides, the top flight teams. Could exclude second teams. Can you? How? If you can, that'd be amazing. It'd just be good knowledge to know for the future. Is it to do with, like... It shouldn't... Probably isn't in here, is it? Oh, it could be club is... No, not club contains. Oh, club... Oh, I was kind of hoping you could have club does not contain and then put, like, a 2 or a B in it, maybe? But that isn't the one, is it? There's 2 files. So, when you say 2 files, which 2 files are we talking about? Because the Poland database file should have... One is a file... I think there's 3 or 4 files. There's one database file that is just for the Poland save that basically adds the changes in that we've made. And another one adds the Poland women's stuff as well, which we had for this save. And then there's also the Patreon bit, but I'm guessing you're not referring to that. I'm assuming you're talking about the extra class one and the Polish women's one. But that's what it does, basically. One adds the Polish women's league as playable, as well as adding Wisła to the second tier of that, because they're further down in real life, basically. I think that's what we mean. Yeah, I'm trying to think where it would be. Because it would be awesome if we could actually figure out how to have that excluded. Ability, attributes, club, coaching. Coaching? No. Contract? No. Dynamics? General, if it was going to be somewhere, would probably be in general, right? Oh, thank you, Daz. That's really kind of you, man. I had a bit of a cola koala earlier. I didn't draw much attention to it, but thank you, guys. It's the last month of my deal with them at the moment. Hoping to see if I can sort of an extension, but we'll see. Speaking of, actually, they haven't said I can't show this. This is a new one. It's the same kind of bottle as this, but I think it's kind of, I believe it's supposed to be England themed, and I quite like how subtle it is. But I'm a big fan of that. And that means Mushroom Man, by the way. If you do want the Colne one, let me know and I will clean it, sterilise it, and I will send it off to you so you can get your FC Colne delights. Get off the wall. It does. Oh, it does, doesn't it? Well, actually, I think that's just the Holy font, right? Oh, shout out to Holy as always. Our overlords. Yeah, I don't know if you can do a second team one. Well, I'm sure you can, but I simply wouldn't know how to do it. Either way, we'll have a little look through this for the time being. See if there is anyone interesting in here, but there is going to be quite a lot of these guys. So what, we'll do some other scouting for the time being while Hadrian builds me a filter. Hello, Hadrian. We'll do a bit of natty caps. That's fun for the time being, because there's clearly a lot of players here. So, natty caps. 131. Good amount. That's a solid start for us right now. I'm going to use Nation of Birth because the big surprises. We'll do it from Z to A for once. Round of 16. Oh, hell yes. Valentin Barco still man of the match in that game as well. Up the boat. Wait, is Iraq in real life being managed by Robert Prosinecki? That's awesome. I didn't realise they were being managed by Robert Prosinecki. That's incredible. And look, Zimbabwe are included as well and everything. Africa in tatters. Actually, this guy's got South Africa youth rating. Kelvin Chiwunga. 8. He might just be... Unfortunately not your sticks, no. We were just not quite good enough. Well, we played well enough, but the chances were... We missed the chances in the second half to get the game done, basically. It's really unfortunate. I like him. South Africa youth rating. It's right next to Bielefeld. Yep, 100%. Right next to Finland. Low rate, that's fine. We'll just ask him to take a little bit less money. He'll do nicely. Graham Arnold, fair enough. Usually, I guess in your save, things do change quite a lot, right? How much? 120k, lovely. We don't actually know our budgets yet, do we? No. We'll just assume that we're going to have quite big budgets for the time being for these players. We're not going to be punting huge amount of money today, so we'll have our budgets by next stream anyway. So, yeah, we'll take him. And Titus Kapombu of Zambia, too. Oh, he's currently Kyrgyzstan manager. So bro's moving up. Wow, okay, hang on. Wait, he's actually quite good. Like, legitimately. Titus Kapumbu, tackling of 11 to 17, crossing of 10 to 16, acceleration minimum 15, great potentially teamwork, determination, great aggression. I like this guy a lot. And he's called Titus. Only one I can think of is Titus Bramble, and he was a fantastic player, no doubt. Yeah, we'll definitely have a bit of you. So I just signed every player on the Natty Caps list. £20,000 release clause. I think they could have got more, honestly, but sure, we take that. I like him. Surely the next guy isn't also going to be good. They do. Tanzania is my surprise package, I think, for FM26 in terms of nations that are producing at a higher rate than I've usually used to seeing in the past. They've been fantastic. Although, actually, I feel like we haven't... Philippe... Wonderful little middle name there. As much as I say this about Tanzania, I feel like we haven't signed that many of those players, but there was a couple of guys. Fountain Gate have been an underrated banger of a team to look for players from. I'll just refund Hadrian's points for the time being, just so we can come back to that in a moment, so I don't forget. Hello, Mol. Oh, in Denmark. That'll be me next year. 2038. Won the Champions League. Another Danish club won the Europa League. Hell yeah. Third Conference League final. Denmark is now top 4 in coefficients. Try to extend loans in 2-year loan glitch. Players who have been out on loan for several years suddenly get no interest from any club. I don't know if that's a glitch. Sometimes that just happens. Not every... Usually what it comes down to is sometimes they want a higher squad status with you, but that's rare. The length of their contract can sometimes matter. What also matters is their playing time. If they're not playing for those teams, sometimes they will also just never want to go back. And that's usually what happens. I mean, Denmark, I believe, follows the same kind of pattern calendar-wise as Poland does, right? So I don't know why that would be an issue. That's strange. We've got... But yeah, I mean, that is weird. How many players are we talking about, Molt? Zambian keeper. Lennon Mushi... Oh. Yeah, he's kind of fire. Particularly at 19. It's from Power... I feel like every time you find a good Zambian player, they almost always seem to come from Power Dynamos. So about next season, interesting. I wonder why I've not had that happen, or have I? And I've just not noticed it because there's so many players going around. Michael Leo, George Lunga, that's both Vanuatu. Trevor Harris of US Virgin Apes. Really? Huh. Wait, 2038. I wonder if that's something I'm going to have happen to me next season then, potentially. Maybe there's some weird, like, internal reset in the game that... I wouldn't put it past SI, honestly. Why is this guy on my shortlist? Ashraf Kiseka. 1 cap. Oh, I think I know. This guy might have been a guy that we looked at before, but he wasn't old enough to want to sign for us yet. So maybe now would be a good time to try him. There we go. I think I do remember looking at this guy on stream like last year, probably. He probably showed up on last year's either Natty Caps or that other one we do where we look at players that are in national team squads instead. In fact, it might behoove us to just jump straight to that instead of Natty Caps because it's the same thing. You just get more players to look at. Which one is it? Is it Holy Scoop? I think it's Holy Scoop, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one. It's the Scoop. That gives us way more options to look for because this is the same as Natty Caps. So it's looking for players who are 15 to 18. But Natty Caps solely goes for players that have got caps. This looks for players that are in their national team squad. They may not have caps yet. So sometimes you could get players that are even younger and got that little extra bit of a head start on scouting them, basically. And Amateur Beast. Ooh. Osegi, spelt differently, Ibrahim. Fantastic player for a start. And the fact that he has the same name spelled 2 different ways in his name, 100% amazing points. All my filter. Well, this kind of is that, isn't it? This is that filter. Because if they're in the national team, they will either have caps or they won't. But if they're in the national team, those are the guys you're going to get. I guess you could also get players. The only exception would be guys that have caps, meet the requirements for ages, but are not currently in the national team. So that's a good point, actually. Let me add that in as well. I see what you mean. So we want international caps is at least 1, but we do or for that. See if that adds anyone more. Does. Exclamation mark filters, Robert. These will all be in there, I think. I don't think there's anything new that I've added that isn't in the pack yet. So that should get you all the filters. There's loads of stuff in there. And there's also a guide on how to use each one in theory. Because that actually has added another like 30 guys. I like that. That's like a completely comprehensive filter to use for these sort of things. That's a great shout. For 3+ years, every club would just not be interested. Really? Okay, I'm not looking forward to 2038 then. Right, I actually do need a wee break now, chat, before we come back into the scouting. So I'm going to quickly go do that now. You can do some more whiz quiz stuff, and I'll be back in just 1 moment. Excuse me, 1 second. Okay, oh, that's quite a fun one, actually. Let's see who actually did the best over the course of that particular break. It was 1 point for a load of different people in there, in fact, and the overall leaderboard, though, still has Andrew on top, though, which is good things you like to see. So, let me hide the leaderboard and go back to that. Right, cool. Oh, dear. Couple of good bad news, good news, and various things. Bad news, I got a notification from Vinted that said that one of the NASCAR diecast I had liked on the platform has sadly been sold, so I will not be getting that. Bad times. In other good news, my new microphone arrived yesterday, or the day before, in fact. Tried it out yesterday with this new phone. Holy shit. The sound quality on this is insane. So looking forward to using that as well at some point soon. The guess the player thing. Basically, it's a custom-made... Hang on, let's see if I can do the TLDR of the way it works. Basically, I scraped all the Wikipedia articles to get that information. It's then put into a JSON file, which you can then read. Then there's an HTML browser source, which is what you see on stream, which has a flag in it that shows a version for you and a version for me that has dev controls. Then there is essentially like a node server type thing that runs in the background like a bat file essentially, but that's just a batch. And that, when I switch that screen, it triggers something in StreamerBot which reads chat messages one by one to see if it matches the name that it picks randomly out, and if it matches, it sort of parses that through as a successful thing, takes the information. No, not Python, this was Node. I actually don't have Python installed on this PC. I really should. You probably could build the same thing in Python too, but I just did it using that instead. And yeah, and that's how it works basically. And then it keeps the long-term leaderboards in the background. I just really wanted to do something different. Everyone loves a bit of JSON files, right? It's my guy. New Mechanic Greystock. I haven't, but I did see randomly something to do with that on TikTok yesterday. I've always wanted something like that, so I just tried to figure out how to do something that would work, and it involved me learning a lot about some of the stuff that StreamerBot can do that I'd never tried to get it to do before. That was the really fun part. Because at first I was like, oh yeah, I could just sort of tell chat they've done it right. But I was like, no, I want it to be automated. So we actually ended up working it out in the end. 100 model. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. That's very kind of you. What was the last thing I was going to say? Oh yeah, this is actually quite important because I hope people understand that for the transfer room in bot setup thing I've done, you do not need to be on the Patreon to access that. Because a lot of people have signed up for the Patreon today and last night as well, which I'm very grateful for, of course. But I hope that it was really clearly communicated in the video, that because I specifically said this, that you don't need to be on the Patreon for that. I just sent it to the patrons first to get a sort of a smaller sample size audience that I knew would be more attentive, that might want to give specific instant feedback. And if people just ask, I can give them access to it. But what I've done now is in the Discord, I've opened the channel up so anybody can see it. So you should, in theory, be able to go and get that without having to do that. So I just want to make that very clear because I don't want to put it behind a paywall. I was just using it as like a beta test thing. But that's the thing, yeah. Especially for answer, if match win, yeah, pretty much. That's what it boils down to. And then StreamerBot just parses through things. And it could do all kinds of other things too now, actually. Like I can have a bot that shouts out the winner in chat as well. Wouldn't even take that much, but I don't think it really needs it. Oh dear. Right, okay. So, sharp out filtering, either do base division is second tier, look up apps this season or all-time career. Okay, cool. We can do that. Let's do Natty Cat / Holy Scoop first though, because obviously, and answer that person's question, no, I don't scout all of these guys. What I'm generally doing with this is I'll go through and look for any country that I think routinely produces players of note. And the reason I have the attributes listed here is because sometimes you see little combinations of them and you go, actually, there's a few noteworthy attributes here. I'll have a bit of a closer look. So this guy, there's a bit of green there. Let's have a look at Dixon Banda. Probably worth a go. We did, Sindri, but unfortunately we lost it in the end, which is sad times. But you've got to get to a final to lose them, I suppose. Full half to beat PSG for the third time in 4 seasons. Oh. Damn. So you were holding on towards the end. I suppose if you're going to lose a player, a striker is probably not the end of the world, because at least you don't have to shuffle your defence around, but you do get less pressure on the ball, I guess. So Dixon Band, do we just sign him too? But yeah, I'll just go through and look at random... I'll scout anybody whose nation of birth is a country that you'd think, oh yeah, they produce some reasonable players sometimes, because you know, that's always fine. But if I do see something that stands out, then I'll go and have a closer look, and then go from there, basically. On a fullback, yeah, but again, not every player is for us. He could have 8 crossing and he's only 17 years old. That could easily be 13, 14 by the time he, you know. These guys certainly don't take themselves out of things. So Yemen, probably not. Vietnam, always worth a little look. Because he's worth a fair bit of money, actually, his old Lee Van Tong here. Why not, eh? So this basically, what we're seeing here is based off of our unless we actually know something about them. So, for example, the players that have got star ratings here. In fact, let me just... No, I'll leave that in for the time being. So if we have no scouting knowledge of them like this is basically coming from our general scouting knowledge in general. So the more scouts you have and the better those scouts are for those certain countries, the more this will be revealed to you. So, for example, our knowledge of Zambia and Zimbabwe especially Zambia, is better because we've got scouts that have actually got knowledge of that, whereas Yemen is a lot more sparse, which is why the players there are a lot more inconveniently to notice. So Venezuela, we're actually quite bad for Venezuela, it would seem, because this is very, very sketchy. I mean, he'll definitely get scouted, obviously, but it's not much for us to move on just yet, whereas the guy underneath him, Guillermo Murillo, also actually would know nothing about either, but he does have it's under 20 cap, to be fair. Oh, God, I need to drink more. Hey, there's an Elik in here as well. Vanuatu, obviously. But these guys, the other thing I'm looking for the slightly smaller nations is if the club they're playing for is not in that nation, and there's a chance that maybe they came through in a different nation. So say we had a Ugandan guy here, but he was playing for a Senegalese club. That might indicate that he'd come through using Senegal's youth rating, which would be better. So there's more likely a reason to focus on him perhaps slightly further. Uganda, a couple of Americans here. We've looked at this guy, but we haven't looked at this dude who plays for American Samoa, Tuaki Fata. Unfortunately, I believe that is actually an American Samoan team, so not going to do us much good. Yeah, we can do the wages too. Oh, can we? Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. UAE guy, Hamad. So good they named him twice. Plays like Ayman. Got a cap. Like the scout, maybe. Probably wouldn't punch because the values on these guys are always absurd. And then Turkmenistan. Maybe? Nah, he's UAE, actually. Probably not worth it for those guys. Trinidad. He's at Bromley, though. Kieran French Greenwood. Love the name. He's Trinidadian Irish. Sorry, Trinbagonian Irish. Playing in League 2, or rather not playing. I might just give him a little cheeky scout. Where was he born? I suppose the nation of born was Trinidad, wasn't it? Tonga? Probably not. Togo, though. He could be something quite good. George Akakpo. He's free. And then... Oh, Thailand. Right, now we're talking. Thailand. This is just a full-on I'll scout everybody type shit, right? These are all youngsters in their national team squads. Wow, the fact they've got a load of 16-year-olds in their national team. That's surprising. It's some of them we know more about than others, but... Holy God. I don't know, where do we even start with these guys? Because they're not even at the same club either. They're really spread out. That's so many of them. Now, I think most of them are too young for us to actually be punting on because they're all likely... Yeah, it's Tanzania again. They're all... Oh, no, this guy's 18. Scouting view like that. As in the view itself. So this is a view that I just made, basically, because it was easier to get it displayed like this. So it's in my views pack. If you do exclamation mark views, you'll find this main scouting view along with about 100 other views that I use just in this giant pack I made. Oh, is this the song? This kind of slaps. San Marinese. Probably not, unless they were from Italy. As in, Italian club, definitely go after them. But if they're actually in San Marino, probably not. Under 23. Does that count as a main national team squad, though? Chumburi guy. Oh, this guy here. Ratifum Compluem. I mean, they're sort of all in that same kind of realm, I suppose, where I would like to scout them further. Yeah, so if he's Tajik at Zenit, which we've already scouted this guy before, Russian youth rating will be higher than Tajikistan, so always worth a gander. Probably not worth the money that at least we've already scouted him. I think he's from a previous one because he had caps last year as well. Hello, Stewie. How's the stream? It didn't go great. Stewie, we unfortunately lost 2-1. It happens, but I think next year we'll be back stronger and whatnot. So Tanzanian dude there, Azam, which is what we were talking about earlier, actually. That's a song request. I want to make sure I don't ignore those. I'll give Hadrian his points back so we'll go back to it in a minute. Holy Scan translates to 24. I mean, it should do. We never tried it on 24, but I don't see why it wouldn't work. We used to do natty cap scouting all the time in 24, so unless they've changed something about the way that it filters players, then I think Holy Scoop, particularly this version, should work quite nicely. So guy at Simba here, Juma Hamsini. Don't know why I'm scouting him individually. Anyone from Tanzania is automatically getting scouted. And I'll scout the Tajik dude anyway, even though we kind of know more about him anyway. Young Dixon Chandika. Simba are great for players like Simba, Fountain Gate, Young Africans. There's a few of them in Tanzania now, which is probably what's doing it. Tahitian, unless they're at a French side that's like of note, that's probably not worth our time. Suriname, same kind of thing. St. Kitts and Nevis, same kind of thing. Sri Lanka, that's actually a Sri Lankan side. Zahi Fernando, maybe I'll scout him anyway. He's got caps. We got there. And we did technically get a little bit of coefficient for that too. South Sudan, oh no, Sudan is the one, isn't it? South Sudan's less good. Samuel Qual, yeah, they're probably not worth our time. Sudan 100% is Somalia, but that's a domestic side. Slovenia? That's more... Oh, wow. So he's not actually Slovenian. He's Palestinian. Wow, okay, that's just come out of nowhere. Fuck it, we'll scout him too. Although you think if he was any good, he'd probably have caps by now. I did not see that coming. Slovakia, dude. Oh, hello. Wanted by Porto. Tomasz Toth. He's quite good. Ignoring the star ratings on him, let me just put that back down here actually so you can see the scout reports at the bottom of the screen. The attributes I see, I'm liking. He's 18. He's wanted by Porto, which is a good sign. And it's the fact is he's got 4 caps for Slovakia at the age of 18. And his physicals look to be obscene. He might be a bit like one-dimensional in the sense that he's just a defender who does defending, but that's okay, right? Now, they may want too much money, potentially. Wages are nice and low. Do have to be careful because of the fact that we don't have our next budget yet. If they wanted to... Oh, 1.3 million is absolutely fine. I thought they were going to ask for 1.3 for him. Totally fine. It's worth the risk. King Shitu. Now, we did have King Shitu earlier in the save. I'll have to circle back to him in a minute. I would have definitely shortlisted him for later if it wasn't for the fact that they wanted the minimum amount, but minimum's fine. Seychelles, Serbia. Now we're talking. And we'll just get Scotland in there as well. That's nice. Yeah, the loan farms definitely need those kind of guys. Like Ivan Jovanovic, don't know enough about him yet, but he feels no caps, but he's in the squad. And then this guy here, Milutin Filipovic, another central midfielder. Wow, we've just found the 2 Dusan replacements just immediately there. He's only 16. I think Serbia might be getting a bit of a golden generation here. What about this guy here at Napredak? Luka Manaljevic. Oh, right back. Ooh. I hope he can finish, is all I can say about that. He's also 18, so he's probably not quite as good, but still, I don't mind a bit of him. Scotland, we've got Michael McFarlane. Ooh, okay. Bit expensive for the time being. But he's in the national team squad at 18, which is a good sign. Plays for, was it Dundee or Dundee United? Dundee. And then Brighton, obviously, will be crazy expensive. Mr. Barber. He probably wears a Barber coat as well. Saudi dudes will be quite okay, but they'll also be very expensive. Sao Tome guys. Wait, he's at an Angolan team. More of a look. The other guys at a Portuguese side. In fact, they're both at Portuguese sides, which means they'll be crazy expensive even if they are any good. Samoa, probably not. Rwanda? Ooh, we already know about him. This guy here, Ali Kalisa. Hey, there we go. Ali's got a bit of jumping reach, if nothing else. Hello, Courageous Curry. How's your afternoon/morning going? Depending on where you are. Puerto Rico. Portugal. These will be Cape Verdeans, presumably. Or from Macau, because of course. Disney Teen Star. Yeah, it does a bit. What is this we're listening to here? Zutameo. I'm not familiar. And I got Sporting. Wait. Oh my days. This dude here is from Sporting, as in from Sporting's team, in the Portugal national team at 18. That's a hell of a national team to be able to break into. I'm scouting him because he might be an absolute beast. Even if he's very expensive. He may be one of those players that's even worth doing that. Oh, here we go. Peru caps for Vidal... Wait, what? Why has his name been truncated? That doesn't make any sense. Raul Vilche. But the game has decided, no. You don't get... What the hell? That doesn't make any sense. His name has been truncated when he's only got like 5 letters in it anyway. How bizarre. I'm going to scout him for sure. Yeah, who's he hiding from? It's obviously a very long name. I mean, how could we ever pronounce that? First of a tropical storm map. Ooh. Is that El Nino? No. That sounds sick. I assume you work in meteorology then. That sounds like a fire job. Okay. I mean, if he's cheap enough now, I could always... Oh, actually, yeah, he's really cheap. And Peru caps. 200k. 190? There you go. Done. Love to see it. Actually picking up more of these guys than normal, in fairness. Yeah, I don't know what that's happening there. Because let me just go, for example, on this guy here. His name's longer and yet it's not truncated him. Maybe he doesn't like the special characters in it or something. Panama? One single Panamanian dude. And he plays for a Panamanian team. Hosu Caicedo. Don't mind a bit of him. You could have... Oh, I see. So his full name is DLC. That makes sense. I knew SI were going to sneak it in there somewhere. Yeah, he's definitely worth it for the... Come on, I bet he is. For 30k. Or 32k. Wait, why is it... Why would I pay more than that? There we go. Cheeky. Shouldn't really be squabbling over 2k, but I'm going to. Because I'm a bastard like that. I've just been on him, haven't I? The amount of times I forgot to do it. Oh, AccuWeather. I have heard of it, yes. I see their data in a lot of weather apps that I use. Now, when I walk to decompress, and you thought, I know what I need to do, decompress. Listen to this melon in my ears. Brave. But a walk is a good thing. Going on a hot girl walk occasionally is just really good for you, even if you don't want to. I've never felt worse after going for a walk, right? It just gets the blood pumping a little bit. It's what I used to do a lot last year when I was in the depths of despair, so to speak, which is go for a walk. I remember one time after a stream, Pog dragged me out for a walk and I was miserable. I'm talking, I've rarely felt as bad as that in mind. I ain't felt this bad ever. And I did still feel a little bit better afterwards, no matter how bad you feel. It usually helps a little bit. The Town, is it? Wait, was it really? You're right, it is. The Town. Wasn't that a film starring, was it Matt Damon? It was something like it was about a heist film about Boston or something, right? For the Lone Farm. So, these guys are mostly yes for the Lone Farm, but every now and then we do just luck into finding an absolute monster that is very much going to be higher than that. So, most of our scouting is done with the logic that if they're not good enough after all, they're cheap, so they will just be funneled into the Lone Farm. But occasionally you do just stumble into an absolute crazy bastard who's crazy good anyway. And so it sort of works both ways. Think of it like a funnel system where they kind of get like picked out on the way down. Yeah, this guy here is intriguing because it's... Oh, we can't afford him right now because we haven't got our budgets yet. Attribute-wise, though, he's quite fun. Viktor Naumovsky... I mean, Dino Zagreb's youth rating is extraordinary, and obviously Croatia is by extension. He's fun. Wait, was he in the US? Oh, you're right. Sorry, I just realised that's literally not a Pakistani club, is it? Abdul Asif, born in... Wait, hang on. Where has it gone? I always forget how we get to it. Oh, I found it. Oh, no, it's there, isn't it? So he was born in Pakistan... Interesting. Definitely worth a scout, if nothing else. He's a little bit more expensive, but that's still fun. Filter out F&D recommended players from the filters. I guess you could, but I would not bother with doing that because the numbers, these things are ultimately quite meaningless. I've signed plenty of players who are D and even F rated that have turned out to be really good because the ratings that the scouts give these things here, specifically these, can often have weird things. So they'll rate a player really highly because they're free, even if they're shit, or they could rate a player who's unbelievable really badly just because he's a little bit more expensive than some of the others they're looking at. So I would almost rarely ever pay attention to these. I feel like I'd honestly rather pay attention to star ratings than I would the actual letter ratings themselves. To the point where I didn't even notice they were there, honestly. If you knew... did I miss any there? No, North Koreans, they're all at North Korean clubs. Niger... It's kind of open for Nigeria in there. If you guys watching, for sure, maybe. But if I just get one of my scouts to watch the FBI, problem solved. Tranmere, oh, and Bristol Rovers. And of course, Auckland FC would be silly not to, wouldn't it? Oh, wait, hang on, Nicaragua. They're both at Nicaraguan clubs, surely. Would also be worth doing a Minutemen on the 5th of May because we've had a full season as well. Dave Gillen. Ah, there he is. He has... Ooh, it's under personal, isn't it? 2 favoured personnels. A manager and a backroom staff guy there. Doesn't like us, obviously, but I suspect we'll be seeing him at the Club World Cup very soon. Yeah, wages as well. Yeah, there's a lot of factors that they take into account, which is obviously things that do matter. But at this stage, we're living in a post-caring about that world in this save, I guess. Elliot Watson, Matt Walker. I'll scout them all because New Zealand has a reasonable... Particularly as that's Australia. That's the only one that actually plays. And he would technically get Australia youth rating as well. Because Smith the Hotel is nice. I've always wanted to go to somewhere like that. I nearly had the opportunity to go to Zagreb, but unfortunately I got a little bit screwed by FIFA on that one, which sucks. Because the club were well up for it, but FIFA were not. So that kind of sucked. New Caledonian dudes. Namibia. Myanmar. Loads of Myanmar. Holy shit. Mozambique. Always worth a little looky look at these guys. Particularly this guy. Dercio Banza. 17, so he'd be more difficult to sign. Mongolia? So we can get our very own Dick Cheney. Oh, that was Malaysia, wasn't it? Some of these guys could, in theory, be... Dennis Corp. He feels like possibly... No, it can't be Spanish Scourge. He's too young. Yeah, the Aruka dude will definitely be good, but he'll probably be quite expensive. Ooh. He'll get scouted anyway. Micronesia, probably not for us. Moldova, I'll scout him anyway. Because I don't have to worry about Spanish Scourge players in this. They'll all be like 20 to 21, the latest batch now. So this should, in theory, be the last we see of them. Oh, Mexico. Hello. This is what we're talking about. So, obviously, Duron, we were reticent on him because £11 million. And that slight lack of potential. But the other guy... Jair Marmolejo. Oh, my goodness. Paddington Bear would love this fella. And I'm starting to like this fella. No caps yet. Does play a lot for Mexico. Sorry, for Monterrey, though. He's fun. And his name is Marmolejo. I really hope that is just marmalade. Does that mean if he got married, his wife could be real Lady Marmolejo? We're going deep here. And he's Mexico Monterrey. What more do you want? Oh, for sure. To be fair, booking early for anything going abroad is usually going to help you. Or whacking a VPN on. Keep with the shape. Yes, absolutely. The shape got us to the Champions League. The only thing we might tweak for the actual shape in Europe is perhaps the striker role. That's, I think, maybe a little outdated now if we want to get the best out of our strikers for that. We do, however, want to build a more aggressive approach for the league to have a bit more fun and try to score a few more goals domestically to keep the numbers being punked up a little bit, I suppose. Did I actually scout these two? No, I'll rescout him as well. Mauritius, Mauritania, Maldives, not really for us. Malaysia, where's our Dick Cheney? No. Ironically, Hayden, there is actually a Hayden playing for Malaysia though. So we'll take that. I must look for myself here, just to see if we do have our own Dick Cheney. We're living in a Dick Cheney-less world. There's one called One Dude. Where's One Dude? Oh, there he is, yeah. Zamri One Dude. Or One Dowd, I guess. Meet your mum. Solid work. Boho as well. What are he shops? Madagascar? No, that's Madagascar. Macau. Oh, Luxembourg. Luxembourg in Germany. Jonathan Maraish. Yes. Luxembourg German. That's fun. We like that. He's a dickless wonder. Lithuania at Jagiellonia. Wait. Oh, wow, that's cool. Lithuanian dude that actually came through in Poland. Well alone. Most mentions of Dick Cheney on a stream ever, for sure. Libya. Libya's a good one. Actually, Libya, Liberia as well. Always worth a look. Just in case. Liberian guys. They'll definitely get scouted if nothing else. There you go. Liberians at Czech sides. Name a more iconic duo. I guess Haitians at Czech sides too. Lesotho, unless they're in South Africa, probably not. Laotia. Oh, sorry, Lao. Young Elephant, aren't they? Oh, no, they are. Great. Oh, my goodness, look at that badge. That's a spectacular badge. Huge fan of that. Right, moving back. Kyrgyzstan. Kuwait. Kuwait do occasionally produce some quite good players. Kenya. Aha. 18 years old. Kenya caps. Ali Mwara could be worth a little looky look. Quite a high wage too. Kazakh or Uzbek. Oh, I don't know who has the higher youth rating really of the two. Do I just approach the sign? Yeah, I could just approach the sign him, can't I? We shouldn't have to pay compensation for him because he's Kenyan. But can he run as fast as Kenyans? That is the question. I guess we're going to find out. He's a central midfielder. So you want to go back to the other guys? You ready for the league? I still feel like that's not enough forward play. I was thinking more than that. Genuinely. I'll cook something up for next stream in the Club World Cup to give you I was thinking genuinely, like, wingers, inside forward somehow, 2 strikers or something. I don't know. Something that utilises more of the in and out of possession stuff. So it's these guys here. Kazma and Kad. So that one. I probably could just scout them all, to be honest. It's not like we've not got enough scouts. We've got this guy here, Abdullah Al-Awadat, Palestinian Jordanian as well. At least he'll have Jordan's youth rating, I suppose. Okay, Japan. Now we're talking. He's definitely North Korean, right? Yeah. Still. Oh, he's free. Okay, we're signing him. Free North Korean with Japanese youth rating. Hello. Cho Kuk-hyun. I think his team's about to get cucked by us right now. 18. He's perfect for the loan farm. Saves me having to go after all the amateurs, which I definitely should do this summer. A load more of the amateur signings again, just to kind of keep that in the background going as well. We've got Singapore, Keigo Ito. Maybe requires a little bit. And then lastly down here, Sri Lankan, Ishin Fukuda. He is quite bad. But Sri Lankan Japanese is a cool combination. Yeah, the scouts just literally stood out random local high schools. All of them, I think, are at high schools. Jamaica? Definitely worth a look at the Jamaicans. Particularly at Portmore and Mount Pleasant. Shamrock Rovers. Hello. Oh, yes, please. Michael Cleary. Shamrock Rovers. 2 caps for Ireland while playing for Shamrock Rovers. This guy is 100% getting signed. Look at him. And Saints want him too. Still relatively cheap. We've got enough there. Build a low farm. I do actually, yes. There's a bit about it in the main how to build a nation in FN26 video. But I also released a video last month that is literally to do with the loan farm specifically, Shwal, that deals with a lot of the things we're currently talking about right now. So yes, I do. I don't have a link to it directly. Yes, my guy. When I was watching the highlights of the Germany-Brazil 7-1 earlier, just for the memes, I was seeing Willian in that team and thinking, God, how did they lose that with Willian in there? Yeah, we'll sign him. Yeah, it should only be like 2 videos ago as well, I believe. It was in the middle of May was when I put it out, I think. I like this guy. Plus, we haven't had a good Irish player. Ireland do produce some crazy good talent. A lot of them end up coming through at big, like Man United and Liverpool, though, and you never really get a chance to have them. But it'd be really cool if we did get a guy. For 600 grand, I think we've probably clearly got the money. I like him. I mean, the fact that he's actually playing for them. Indonesia at Ajax, that's cool. Rick Mengerink. Dutch youth rating, though. Oh. They've certainly got a quality player. Iceland at Brumby, we've already scouted him. Loads of Hong Kongers. Hondurans. Honduran and Wanted. By Al Wakra. Okay. Who are they? Oh, it's Qatar. I genuinely didn't know where that one was. A couple of Haitians. None of whom appear to be playing for... Oh, no, Tempele is his nation. Qatari interest is definitely a good sign, for sure. Some of his attributes look okay. Guyana at Rochdale. Hey, he would have just got promoted with them as well. There's a guy here called Akeni Glasgow. Do you want to go to Glasgow? Akeni. Love it. I like his name immediately. Guinea-Bissau at Aruca again. Guatemala. Guatemala's usually worth a go. Then Guam is always good. Mostly for the teams. Akeni Glasgow in Jamaica. Yeah. Grenada. Gibraltar. Oh, Sporting Kansas City, actually. We'll have him. Yum. Where is he? He's 18. Plays for Mile Rock, which I'm going to pronounce Millie Rock. Wait, where's that badge? Oh, yes. It's giving standard font. Big fan of a standard font. Particularly when they want youngster, I can give them I'm sorry, bud. £3,000 a week. Incredible scenes. I respect it, but also I don't respect it that much. The 2 Ghanaian guys we already know about, and they're both bad, which means they're probably not actually Ghanaian, right? Oh, he actually is. And you? Hong Kong. Knew it. Germany. Okay. The chances of any of these guys actually being German is slim. But if they are... Oh my goodness me. Bro loves all the umlauts. What is that? He's got 4 umlauts in his name. But he is German-Turkish at 16 in the... Is that the German national team? It can't be. Maybe it is. Simon Anaba, who's also in there. My goodness, maybe they're calling up a lot of youngsters or something. But and obviously we've got Egglust, who I have looked at before. I say, actually, have I looked at before? No, I can't have done because I would have scouted him. I tell you what, Egglust. His name is very good. Oh, and he's wanted by Bayern and Leipzig. I think I might be lusting for Egglust here. He's very expensive. I want to scout him more because we literally can't afford to buy him right now. But I will shortlist him because his name is Egglust. 100%. Hello, Gordo. Some crazy capybara news. More capybara news. Things you'll have to see. I thought that said Riz and your data. Public vote opens the name Peppy Peppy. Oh, Edinburgh Zoo cooking again. I saw the pandas at Edinburgh Zoo back in the day. That was fun. Oh, also, Gordo, you'll be pleased to know I've found a fix for the rendering issue I was having with my GPU. So what I believe has happened is that somehow the NVENC render path for encoding is broken in Adobe Premiere for me for some reason. Because I was able to render it in ProRes 422 and it was normal speed and it used my GPU. So what I did in the end is I actually ended up turning off hardware encoding, but leaving on hardware decoding, let the CPU handle the encoding, and I was able to render the recap in 13 minutes instead of an hour and a half. So it's not a solution yet, but it's better. So we're getting closer to something, and it's a lot better than it was, for sure. Should we go to Edinburgh Zoo? No way. I really enjoyed Edinburgh Zoo. Pog and I went there years ago when we were last in Scotland. So we've got Egglust. Tablet is kind of banging. You just can't eat too much of it. Harold Reesing. I like him because his name is Harold. He wins my vote for that alone. Also, Bella Schuper. Extraordinary name. Big fan of that, actually. Bela. And Georgia at Dino Tbilisi. These are my cup of tea. Nika Gabisonia. Oh, we don't know how much he is, actually. Hang on, he's 15 and he's in the German national team. He's a goalie, in fairness. Sometimes goalies you can't really trust. France at Junior Stars. Oh, yeah. I recognise that name as well. We've definitely looked at it before. St. Martin. I think we liked him because his name was Jesse. Another guy that we've seen before. These are presumably like Reunion, St. Martin type nations where you're not going to get a lot. Fiji, Ethiopia. Always worth a little gander at the Ethiopian ones. Eswatini, probably not. Estonia at Chelsea. There you go, Estonia. Arta Pavlov. Salivating already. Hello, Dan. It's going okay. We're just doing a bit of natty cap scouting to No More Suits Champions League final. Well, I mean, I was wearing the suit for Champions League final, but you don't need to keep it on afterwards, right? That'd be silly. I don't sleep in it. I hate to break it to you, but I don't sleep in my suit. Sometimes, if I'm really celebrating. Ethiopian coffee. I forget who Moez Nasseru came through at. I think it was St. George we got him from, right? England, right. These are obviously none of these guys are going to be English. But that doesn't mean they can't be great. Desmond Richardson, St. Kitts. Anyone who's got Nation of Birth England here is going to be useful because they're likely going to be using English youth rating, which is going to make them immediately. Malik Hutchinson. Oh, he's Jamaican. Cool spelling as well. And then this guy here, Rael Julien, Granadan. There's a Virgin Gorda. Virgin Gorda, I believe, is one of the islands of the Virgin Islands, right? I used to watch a lot of sailing vlogs, and that was a place that I used to go to quite a lot. I believe it's is that the one with the pigs? No, that's a different. That's the Cayman Islands, I think. Egyptian blood. Oh my goodness me. My face cam's hiding it, but we've actually scouted him before. He's quite good, but I believe he was expensive because Zamalek. But we maybe revisit that one. Georges Burundi, and then Ebbs Fleet. Oh no, hang on. Roger Stokes of Virgin Gorda. Not because with British 6. You're right. It was one of the smaller ones. One of the ones we wouldn't want to even look at. El Salvador. This is just a no-brainer. Scout these guys immediately. They're usually quite good. Right. Haney Mohammed. Oh. He's only 18 in fairness. He's wanted by a Brazilian side. He's a little bit more disappointed. Sorry, he's not. I am. He's fine. But I wouldn't want to pay £8 million for him, basically. He's got really good physicals. Basically, he's really fast. But we can find a lot of players of that kind of quality quite easily as well. Yeah, that's the thing. You find loan farmer guys that are that good. Is that Barcelona or the Ecuadorian one? No, that is actually Barcelona. Wait, this guy's in Belgium. This is La Louvière. I remember those guys. That's another goalie. Ecuador-Belgium's a fun combination. And this guy's actually playing in Ecuador. Luis Moran. Can mark a ball like crazy. East Timor, that's not going to be very useful. Dr. Congo, now we're talking. That's more like it, although we already know about one of them, sadly, Murphy Banga, but the other guy we don't. Joseph Irakoze, Burundi. Hey, he'll probably be one of the better Burundian players, in fairness. I do apologise that I've not got back around to that lookup yet. I just want to finish off this list, and we will definitely get to that. Dominica. The best Dominican players are the ones we were finding in Spain before, but obviously we won't find those guys so much anymore. That guy is at Belgium. There's a Djibouti in Belgium. It did remix, yes. Unfortunately, it didn't go to plan. I mean, in a sense, it kicked off on time and everything. Yet we united. And they do indeed look united. Good to see. Cyprus at Apoel. He's probably just a little bit pricey for what likely isn't going to be the most... He got 11 caps for Cyprus to 17 is crazy. Now, we lost 2-1 in a game we were probably the better side in terms of chance creation, but we just couldn't take our chances. It's typical of us, really. Daryl Marengo, Curaçao, Netherlands. Did I read correctly that... Actually, what was this? It was a stat from the Sweeper podcast where they were saying that Curaçao have as many players based in Europe in their national team squad... Sorry, born in Europe in their national team squad as Germany do. Because they have one player that wasn't. It was Tathy Chong. Cuba? Of course he's called Fidel. Had to be, didn't he? Cook Islands. Chinese Taipei. China? Fong Peng of LAFC. 2 dudes at Chile. Right. Okay. These guys might be very special. 17 years old, in the Chile national squad. Strangely, no indication of Universidad, the Catholic daddies. For once. A Chad, a couple of Cayman Islands, Cape Verdean, Canada at RZ. We've certainly seen him, but wait a minute, he's getting better and better. Oh, wow. Oh, wait a second. Oh, my good. Oh, wow. Oh. Now then. Daniel Janishitz, Canadian international. Now, he can't tackle to save his life, but he can finish. And having a guy that could play that wingback role that is just pure attacking, that doesn't give a shit about going the other way, could actually bury some of those chances we keep creating. He's very expensive. 19 aggression, that's not a bad thing at all. High aggression is not a bad thing. He's got great flair as well. He's very techy. Price tag is too much. Right now, maybe. But when we get our budget, like, you've got to spend the money on somebody. Ultimately, particularly because we didn't sign that many players last season either. We've got quite a lot of money building up. And he is Canadian, which is fun. Where was he born? That's the wrong button, Matt. That's still the wrong button, Matt. And where has... there we go. Born in Belleville, Ontario. He's still quite young. I thought he was older, honestly. He's quite fun. I do like him. I'm going to shortlist him. What's his... no interest from anywhere else. Yeah, I think it would just be cool to have a different type of option. Because Kofi and Abdullah and Naeem are both very good wingbacks, but neither of them are especially good at finishing, because that's not really their job. This guy's not good defensively at all, but what he can do is finish. And he's got the rest of the attributes for getting into those positions. He just doesn't have any ability to go back the other way. 5PA winger, but I just kind of like, because it's the Canadianness as well that I quite like. We haven't had a good Canadian in ages, or ever, actually, for that matter. We can't afford him yet anyway. See what the budget's going to be like. Burundi... Well, all from the same team. Oh, no. 2 from the same team. We did also spend a load of money on that Belgian guy. What's his name? Julian Wirtz. He's like a verse version of Wirtz with the same surname. Yeah, aggression is not dirtiness. So having high aggression is never really a bad thing. Burkina Faso, as we all know, the greatest team in Africa. Oh, hello, Burkina Faso. Amza Traore. You are indeed, sir. Why not, eh? Let's go. 20k, 62k. Yeah, that's fine. He's not going to pay that much, is he, anyway? I wish I knew exactly how much of our budget we'd be using right now, but I think by the time a lot of these go through, it won't matter anyway, because he should, in theory, the second I hit continue, get our new budgets. I'm just reticent to do that in case I accidentally go over the loan deadline. Driver player's really good. Yeah, I suppose so. Aggression, I think it's just because the game doesn't do a very good job at illustrating why aggression is not a bad thing. Because obviously competitiveness is a... Sorry, competitive streak is what you're actually looking for. Even need the friendly for. Which friendly? Forgive me, I must have forgotten what we were discussing there. Which friendly we were talking about? Bhutan, Bermuda. I will lose those guys anyway. Benin, Belize. Careful with those guys. Barbados. Bangladesh. Just trying to see if there's anyone from non-Bahrain. Bahrain can sometimes... Wow, there's so many Bahraini guys. Their entire squad is just a youth team. I might scout them anyway for the memes. One of them might be alright. Range friendly things. Wait. Does it say that? Where does it say that? Oh, what, when I'm... Oh, sorry, I see what you mean. So yeah, when you're arranging a friend, when you're doing transfers, you can offer them on a friendly as part of the deal. Because in theory, if you're a bigger side and they play a friendly against you, they'll be able to get some decent income from the gate receipts. A lot of times, it's a nice little thing to be able to stick into deals, I guess. What I will say is, never be afraid to allow other teams to... Don't be afraid to put that in deals. I've never had a single AI team ever call in that chip and actually ask for a friendly. They have the ability to, but they never actually do. Simeon Mikhail as well. I've never had any team actually do that for me yet, but maybe it's because I don't have as many leagues switched on. Armenia at Malma. Sergei Balia. Oh, hello. I'm seeing green bits, you know? Argentina main squad 5 years later plays for Barcelona with... Wow, yeah. I mean, it's... I like this... It takes longer, but obviously we're doing this a bit more methodically than normal, because what I would normally do with this is I wouldn't go through it in the more detail we are. I would just look at the nation of birth, go like that, get scout report, move on to the next ones. But because we've got a bit more time to actually go through them, we can all sort of jump ahead of the queue on some players. And if we like what we see, take a punt early. He's a bit more expensive, so I want a bit more information on him. Does it with you? How do you call on the chip? Literally, so when you go to your arrange friendlies bit, you'll have a an option under, like, you know, smaller reputation teams, larger reputation teams. There will be something at the bottom that will say arranged teams. That's where you see them. I should have a few in mind potentially, because... Oh no, I actually do call them in sometimes for the memes. I think I scheduled a friendly against Bayern once during an international break when they had a crucial Champions League game, just to fuck with them after they took Sané off of us. Because they can't say no. They're not allowed to say no, and you can schedule it whenever you want. It's fantastic times. Right, let me do that quick look up now, because that's a lot of guys that I've just put bids in on. The amount of players that are going to be joining us on the start of the transfer window is actually insane. Because I went through and I hoovered up some random fellas I found. I found a goalkeeper at RB Leipzig who had a really low release clause, but his physicals were obscene. So I just decided to buy him anyway, even if the rest of him doesn't develop. Okay, King Shitu. Homegrown players. We still are a bit light on them, weirdly. But that's why I want to youngen up our bench a little bit to get more of those guys coming through. Not because we need them for the squad, but because I want to develop them a bit, if I can do, so they're actually more usable for us. Safety save, good shout, actually. Yeah, the last thing we need is something to do with the weird Club World Cup stuff cooking us there. Slugs with the 46 months. How are you, man? Long time no speak. You got port? That's incredible. Oh, sorry, lads. We got the cup final, but if you could just get on the plane, I would just send my, like, F team at that point. Which sometimes with the way we play, that's just our first team, isn't it? F stands for first. Neo Forgarash. Ooh, Malagasy. Shortest Malagasy name of all time there, by the way. Things you'd love to see. Just get rid of those. Sorry, my stream alert topic thingy is just banging on at me, being like, you haven't promoted Holy. And I'm like, yes, I have. All good. All good is the main thing, my friend. Good busy is the best kind of busy. But yeah, that is King Shitu. He's currently at Lech Poznan's B team these days after we allowed him to leave for 850 grand. And this right here is the reason why I'm reticent to sell players to other Polish sides when I don't think they're good enough for the team they're going to, because they just end up dwelling and doing nothing for them. Now, that's not to say he would have done anything in the loan farm, but I feel like I'd have had a better chance at finding him a more sensible loan at some point. Value to $1 million to scoop up anyone who's in bigger nations, main under 21 squads. That's not a bad shout. Definitely one for... Well, I'll tell you what we should do. That's definitely one for once we get our budgets. But what I will do, firstly, 20 is plenty. And secondly, Minutemen. This is the perfect day for Minutemen. And otherwise I'll forget to do it. But let me do 20 is plenty first. Because I never normally do this on stream. And sometimes the first search actually finds players. It didn't this time. When this does, that's when you know there's a quality player in there. But we'll have to just knock it down to... I go down to there. Then I go up to here onto 8. That should get us a couple of guys. Or 20 of them. Nice to see. Right, we'll get rid of the guys. Well, not get rid of, but like just move them to the top. And I'll just scout all of these guys. So what this means basically is that there are a minimum of 8 attributes on that player that are in the ranges of at least where they tip out at 18. And look at the variation you get in terms of nationality options in here. There's a guy at PSG, but then there's also a guy playing for a Tanzanian side that we never heard of, you know? It's what makes it fascinating to me. Is there any wanted symbols? No, not yet. But some of those numbers are very nice. Anyone scored a load? The Turkish dude actually got a lot of goals. Mevlut Damlut. Hello, sir. This guy's missed Karsgali. Ooh. Oh my god. That's wild. That almost doesn't look real. Like, the attributes don't even look real. It looks like when I edit a player for a video. That's bizarre. The filters will be in the filter pack. So exclamation mark filters. And it will all be in there. Unfortunately not, Mandar. No, we lost 2-1 in the end, sadly. Dennis Knox, thank you very much for the 7 months on Prime. That's super kind of you, man. You rarely ever see 20s on players at all. Is the bad audio quality in the video due to copyright of music? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. This is... I'm not sure I understand what you mean. The VOD? There won't be any music on the VOD because the VOD doesn't have music on it at all. Because we take the music out of the VODs specifically for that reason. Otherwise, we would get it copyright claimed. We used to have it, but now we found a system to sort of bypass it. But yeah. Damn it. Oh, I already did it, didn't I? As in, was there copyright music in the recap video that got replaced by YouTube itself? No. So I'm really confused. The music is just... Yeah, I don't know. I don't use copyright music in the YouTube videos because you can do that. You just have to buy licenses for stuff. Around the 40 minute. So the reason for that is because I had to change and use my camera audio. I thought I would put a video. I was going to put a thing in the video to say this is what happened, but Pog was like, you know what, if you do that, people will just be like, now I hear it. So I figured it'd be better to just let it exist. Basically what happened is OBS messed up my audio for that segment and I had to use my camera audio and clean it up using a load of stuff to try and make it good, but otherwise I wouldn't have had a video out today. So those were my options basically. I didn't think it sounded that bad, honestly, though. I thought it was not as good as normal, obviously, but I didn't think it was particularly noticeable. Unless you're like really focusing on it with like headphones deep on or something, I suppose. But yeah, so that's what happened there basically. Like I did have a thing that I actually had on it to say this is what happened, but then I just thought that would actually make it worse by putting that, because when you actually acknowledge it, then it sort of becomes more obvious. But my choices were either do that or not have the video. But yeah, there's not much I can do about it. It was just OBS being shit. Because I'd already had to re-record that section once because my camera file corrupted. I wasn't going to do it a third time. Nah, it's just... it's the reason it does it... The bits where it's probably more noticeable is when I'm slightly further away from the microphone because it's even quieter and it's having to do so much. Adobe's actually very good at that. I was amazed at how much it did. You should hear the raw audio from my camera and how much it's managed to clear it up. It's truly insane what they can do. Oh, he's just signed for them. Fuck. That sucks, bro. Definitely one for the shortlist. God, if we could have found him in January, man. He's still quite good, though. Which means we can still come back for him later, because he's not at, like, a massive side. At least. So that's something. But yeah, I do apologise for that. I've just overcome my technical issues these days, it seems. Which is the exact two videos I watched last week too. Yeah, the other one I've got is the 2022 all goals video ready, but I didn't have time to watch that before stream today because I ran out of... I needed to get stuff sorted. Brazilian. Wait, is that Brazilian? Brazilian. This guy here. Yes, he is. Marcone Shellis. Sign him immediately, right? They 100% are down for sure. I don't know. Weirdly, I was getting a lot of cycling-based content in my recommended for YouTube, which is... I don't understand at all, because I haven't watched anything to do with it at all lately. So I don't know how that's ever happened. Thanks from the weather. I don't think I'd have a reason to go there anyway. I think I was going to go to the States. I'd like to go see places like the Grand Canyon and stuff, which obviously is... I'd like to go to Colorado too, obviously. Tanzanian guy. But obviously all these guys will get scouted. Then what I do... Actually, wait, let's have a look at you too. The V-Test dude. Whoa. He's kind of fun. Russian dude. Actually, just a Russian dude at Zenit. Fair enough. Burundian dude at Celeste as well. Bring back Celeste, by the way, as a song. See the way they show. Oh, 100%, yeah. 2 out of 3. Oh. I still have never managed to achieve the 3 finals, 1 in the same season. We had 3 finals in the same season, but we never actually got it. Guy at Arca. Oh, yeah. Oh, my... Oh, he's already 18, actually. Fair play to Arca. Marius Tchaikovsky. What's his passing like? He could be a midfield orchestrator, to be fair. What's his composure? Average. But still, obviously they're top flight and they're not likely to change anytime soon. But he's definitely worth keeping an eye on. In case their European stuff just goes. They could do a motor and collapse entirely. Right, let me just go to the next one. Poor guy. I'm sure he's probably still living with his parents, right? Or not. You should come to us. I've got a lovely big loan farm. He'll settle in just fine. First version of Tchaikovsky. I suppose it must be, right?
Try going outside and take some
Second
fresh air.
time today.
One thing is
Love
to
to see
have an
it.
opinion in contradiction with another person, and another thing is to take a contradictory opinion and transform it in a personal insult. You sound very aggressive in your sentences, and that are not
really?
signs of a very shrewd person. It is sad to see tailored so much to low IQ toxic fat random people. Sick WTF WT sick crotch sick Illuminati sick Illuminati sick Illuminati sick Illuminati sick heart.
There's Romain Huyger. His name sounds really Belgian or Dutch. But he is born in France. Very expensive. And then there's this guy underneath here, Robin Gasser of Freiburg. Oh my goodness me, he's extraordinary. Who's he wanted by? Man United, end of oh my god. Free transfer. His contract expires in a month. The value he'd have is probably worth us on a free. Stop playing! Do you know what, Robin? Enjoy Manchester. Well, the weather's lovely. Stop player. Would you accept squad player? I don't think I've ever seen a player accept that from there before. His agent is terrible. Man caved under no pressure. Like, I thought I'd try it because the worst he could say is no, and he just didn't. You need to get a new agent there, fella. Nico's not doing a great job for you. His agent went big, and hey, I suppose if you shoot for the stars, the best that can happen is you land on the moon, right? Which is apparently Wisła. Get rid of that. Get that in there for German caps. I'm not going to do the 8-year contract. Instead, I'm going to use it to get his base wage down a bit. I'm not going to use it to get his base wage down a bit. Now his agent's going to turn to a whopper because he realises I've absolutely done him. Fuck it. 8 years it is then. I've royally annoyed him, haven't I? Oh my god, now he's so annoyed at me. Fine. Ay. I'll offer you slightly more here and none of the other stuff. How about that? 4-year contract. There you go. I mean, you kind of won. Deary me. We're locked in star player. Yeah, I've never seen a player actually go from star player to squad player like that. Usually the second you put it down by 1, sometimes they kick off, right? All have B teams. France do essentially lower down. Germany definitely do. Spain do. Italy do to an extent, but England don't. So that's pretty much it. We'll ignore the rest of these guys because we've scattered them before. It's the rest of them, though, I will get another little report on for the next batch. Oh, Egglust is back in there too. Always good. Put the German lessons in the game. I don't know. I'm assuming so. Honduras guy. Wait, wrong one? Oh, this guy. Al Wakra. That's the same team as before. They've wanted a couple of these lads, which is fascinating. Maybe it's because their agents are just... Maybe they've got amateur agents too. So as a result, they're not very good at their jobs. Fair. They've seen the scouting videos, yeah. Right, that was that done. Let's go and look at Minutemen now, because there could be some genuine... yeah, that's as low as I usually go for that. Honduras, maybe. So I want... we call it booth strats in here, don't we? 216 players. So what this one is any player who's 15 to 18, minimum of 3,000 minutes, knowledge level is none, and they're on month to month. So that basically includes non-contract and amateur deals. So this is like all over the shop. A 2-player one. Oh dear. Movies players that are on loan farm to my club to keep the loan farm going. I mean, it's tough to know what to do in that situation because that would definitely cause a lot of problems, I suspect. So I feel like you'd be within your rights to do so because ultimately it's a single player game, right? Tiger, not Toiga. He's toy like a Toiga. Tiger Hirikoshi. Ooh. Good Christ, he's good. We're signing a Tiger out of high school. Sentence you didn't think you'd hear today. Wow, okay, that's quite a high wage there, Tiger. Quite literally, easy, Tiger. Might be able to get that down a little bit there. Bloody hell. Oh, yes, give me 5,000. I might just do a little bit of a cheeky here because there's no way in hell I'm giving him that. That's still quite a lot, actually. He came for tea. I'm obsessed with that, by the way. The tiger that came to tea. Every time Pog and I just see a tiger anywhere, I will literally turn around to her and ask her, is that the tiger that came to tea? Don't know why. Things happen, right? Hello, Dan. What have you missed today? Unfortunately, us losing the Champions League final. Name hate. It actually has. Yeah, it's because we named it after Chatter. Oh, in Booth. That's why I called it Booth Strats originally. But we were going to call it Booth's Minutemen. Business as usual, pretty much, yeah. Brass Series. Aziz and Dong. I forgot these guys were amateur. Who was it we signed from Brass Series in the past? Was it that crazy good central midfielder that we had on the last save? Oh no, he was from Ape Japes, wasn't he? Aziz and Dong. Actually, I don't know if he's quite as good. He's played a lot though. So he'll have a decent CA. Senegalese dude. Diagy Welly. What's his long shots like? He is from Aspire Academy, though, which might be worth... Some of these guys might be just a great way of us just hoovering up some amateur talent for the loan farm anyway, in the hope that one of them might turn out to be slightly more than that. The Gambia from Elite United. We've got Saini Fatty. Sensational work. Oh, I don't know about him. Wrongly attribute credit. I believe so, yes. It's what I do. I steal it and take it for my own. Marius Bukhar. Ooh. He's very techie. Got a grey moustache at 18 as well as brave. It was Kamgar and Lend. That was the guy that we got from that team. Just reminded me because Ibrahim and Lend right here. Who, actually, he might be worth a sign. Particularly on those wages. Why not? We could get quite a nice little... This would be a nice little change from the Belgian amateur signings and those types of players as much. Just go for these guys instead. Because at least I think what we'll be able to guarantee with these lads is a higher starting CA. I say starting CA. A higher CA because they will have just been playing so many minutes. And Samoan dude? Probably not the Samoan guy. England dude, though. Nicky Lancashire. Playing for Folkestone. Is that Folkestone and Victor? Or is this a different team? Or have they no longer got that name? Or were they never called Folkestone and Victor? Is there another team called that? Either way, we don't get any English players that often. Let's have him too. We'll have Nicky Lancashire.
Came in summer.
Folkestone very much not in Lancashire, but that's okay.
Get very depressing.
Probably needs to find himself a more geographically appropriate football club to play for, if I do say so myself. And Krebby, thank you for the follow. Did they change their name? Because I was looking at, obviously, I'm still working on that other thing in the background, but I haven't had a chance to do much on that lately for the football names thing. Ooh, hello. Inveruri Locos is great. Ibrima Ouattara. Oh, actually, no. He's just played loads because they presumably don't have any other players. I got excited though because I saw Ivory Coast. Central African Republic. Red Star Bangui. Wow. That's just the French team. Well, it's not the French team. They just stole the badge. Was he born in Lancashire? Good question. Probably born in Folkestone now that we think about it. I can do it from there. He was born in Folkestone. That's to be expected, I suppose. Ivory Coast, Gambia. Japan. Another guy from that same high school. Shuhei Morita. He very much is not as good as other fella. And we'll obviously scout him, but he is much, much worse. Even if you just find one or two guys, though, from here, it makes a hell of a difference. Wow, that is some... That isn't a we don't have a badge. This is our actual badge, but we've not bothered to make it properly. Rafael Rice. Now, he's almost certainly not generated just because when we started this save, the face and the game players were not fully... Wait. No, the only one is a real guy, actually, at Torpedo, who's Brazilian. But yeah, when we start the save, the face and the game players weren't fully integrated yet. So we've actually got a save that doesn't have a lot of them, in fact. Right-click Patino, there's no option to go to team report. Which screen are you clicking it from? Because that sometimes can be a factor. Because they had some weird thing with that at one point. Yeah, this filter is in the filter pack, I believe. I think the only filter that isn't currently in the filter pack is the amateur players bulk one, which is basically just the amateur players pre-select one, but it has all of the countries already selected rather than having to tick them one by one. So in case you want to just bulk scout. The difference is it does get full of certain nations, so you have to be a bit more picky with it. But I just use that sometimes because we've got so many scouts, I can just go for the whole lot of them. There's a Togo dude here, Coffee Diallo, in your shortlists. So if I go to... you should be able to. Unless you don't have a scouting budget right now. The thing that could affect it would be if you have a £0 scouting budget. Or they're outside of your scouting range, although I think that doesn't matter. Usually the scouting range itself is what matters. What the hell am I on here? Is this the same one? Wait. Has this just changed its filter? What the hell? What? Have I just accidentally loaded the wrong thing? One sec, chat. It seems to have glitched out, and it's showing me Patreon regions on this screen when it shouldn't be. There we go. So weird. Same on every screen. But again, do you have a scouting budget? Because if you don't have a scouting budget, it will not appear. Fabian. I think I do recognise the name Fabian, for sure. Where were we? Oh, it was down here, wasn't it? Croatian guy, that's the one. Ivan Vinkov. Oh, whoa! Lovely. What's the injury? Is it just the flu? It's fine. Yeah, I still use the video. Still use the same database. This save was set up around the same time as that. I've yet to find anything that I like more than that style of doing it. Although what I will say is at least FM26 has given more scope for you to actually have league sets playable if you wanted to. Because it definitely is way faster than 2024 was, for sure. What's going on too? In that case, I don't know. Team reports should be doable by just right-clicking on a team if you've got worldwide scouting. So... And just to make sure, you have worldwide scouting, but you also have the budget for it too. Because I know I had a glitch out with that once at one point. Yeah, you do need scouts too, but I imagine you've probably got scouts. What am I doing? I don't offer him that, do I? Offer him the whole lot. Croatia's really good for amateur and non-contract. Some of our best ones we've got. Those are star ratings. Anyway, getting rid of them. I certainly wouldn't want to get rid of them because otherwise you'd have no way of like... You need an entry. Because otherwise... What are you going to use to at least get the first initial piece of knowledge about a player? So they're definitely not the be all and end all for sure, but they are kind of like, think of them as the biggest net, right? So you use them to hook in some fish and then have a closer look at them. But if you don't have the net, then you're just fishing blind at that point. They rarely ever decide. Occasionally, the only time they're ever a deciding factor for me is if they've got that little extra half star in the PA. Then I'm always in that player pretty much regardless of what they're like. Because I just trust that there's something special there. Oh, there's a guy at Royston here, Liam Wilson. I drive past Royston sometimes on the way to my hairdresser. German guy, there's Luan from, and where is he from exactly? You said this is a German side. Oh, it's a Dutch side. He's a goalie. More information on him required possibly, but I think we're already scouting him for some reason. German guy, Japan again. Yamakawa. There's a lot of goalies in here. Another Japanese guy. At least we know more about him. Wait. Oh, that's the North Korean guy. But yeah, that's the kind of way I handle stars. Because if you turned them off, then you'd have nothing to sort of... Obviously, right now we can't see stars, but we're taking... You don't want to be taking that length of time over every single transfer. You need something that's going to help you narrow things down over time, I suppose. Twitch is playing up. Oh, really? That isn't actually that surprising, to be fair. Twitch, unfortunately, does play up quite a lot. Go on. I think rarely does a stream go by without one member of chat having an issue with Twitch. Like, just universally, sadly. Unfortunately not, Liam. No, we fell behind very early had a really poor first 10 minutes. Then we controlled the rest of the second half, scored an equaliser, felt good. Second half, they got a really nice play, and we were behind. Then we started throwing some bodies forward, created 2 massive chances, missed the goal with one of them, and hit the post with the other. It was unfortunate. Probably should have done better. So misleading. Oh yeah, stars are absolutely misleading. Because remember, the stars is just essentially that particular scout's opinion of it. And if they were completely reliable, there's no way a scout could predict the future on a player beyond, with any real sense of, they're better for CA. CA stars are far more reliable because they're basically saying, what is this player now, right? But potential stars are always going to have some kind of, it would also suck if they were 100% correct all the time, because then you'd have no mystery to the game. It sort of means that you have to take it into your own account. And when it comes to players that have those low PA stars, there's a chance that player may not ever develop past where they are, or if they're cheap enough, they're just worth signing anyway, right? Some of our best players are players that we didn't rate very highly and then became goated. That's why I take a scattergun approach to it, because it's just more fun that way. Who is this team? Nilimfoot. I thought it said Grimfoot for a minute. Great name though. Claude Ama Chuchawi. Choo. Okay. Uganda, Kosovo, Laos. Obviously, I'll scout this entire list probably as well. I'm just trying to see if there's anyone we could pick up sooner than that, like a Kenyan here, for example. Anthony Mohammed. Ooh, definitely not for him, though. Guy gave him... scout, then. Right, but again, PA, how do you predict the future on a player? Ultimately, all the scout is supposed to be doing is going, this guy might have the minerals or might not to go quite far in the game. But I think to fire them because they didn't predict the future is a little bit like, you get more in the game than you would in real life, right? You fixed it. Oh, what did you do? Drew, how did you fix it? Because this could be really helpful for other people that may have that same problem. This guy plays for cap off. I'm not wearing one. What are we doing? Which Dutch guy? Ooh. Frank van Dart. Green Star, I'm guessing. Exactly. Wouldn't be a sport if we win all the time. That's why I like the fact that despite... I was worried that this save was going to be too easy when we won that Champions League so early, and the fact that we've not won one against since, and it's been an absolute struggle for that, has actually made me really happy, because it's far more enjoyable for me to battle against things and have... When the wins feel like challenging, yeah? That's where it sits really nicely for me. Because it's true, it hasn't been easy since then. Zambia, I mean... I will, of course, go through and scout everybody on this list. Ghana... Just looking for... This guy's called Joffrey. I thought his name was Joffrey Damage then. It's Martinique. That's one of the things I like about Dutch as well, is that if you listen to it, you can sort of pick out most of what the words mean, because they're just sort of... They're not English, but they can... It's like... Is it Frisian that as a language is the most, like, mutually intelligible between English and other languages? Because it is really similar and interesting. Scout range every season. Oh, really? Huh. I think the only reason you'd have to manually select it every season is if it ever goes to 0. If it goes to 0, then it will default to no scouting, and then you have to set it back up again. But if you never let it go to 0, then it will never go back. RTD Academy, yeah, they're actually... I mean, we'll have a look, because, I mean, if nothing else, a guy like David Esser, we can put him in the garage and hope for the best. But I rarely ever find good players at RTD Academy, considering the reputation they have. You won't change it if you do. Yeah, we had that exact issue happen to us in this save, which is where I learned that information. I failed, so others could run, you know? Japan again. That's the same high school. Damn. Class of 2037 be cooking. Well, that one dude at least. Do you think these guys are highly rated because they're playing with the other fella and he just makes them look better by comparison? Wiku Dorfire. Solid name. Nigeria. Playing for Bracknell. There's a couple of Welsh dudes down further here. Matty Snape. Oh, great. It's fucking Alan Rickman down here. Incredible scenes. What's his potions like? Positioning, does that count? Love to see it. Oh, F2's been going. I don't really follow F2. I barely even follow F1. I mean, I say barely. I watch the races, but I'm just so, like, apathetic towards F1 these days, I guess. It doesn't intrigue me enough at the moment, I suppose. Which is absolutely fine, right? It's not there to serve me. What did I do there? Jesus Lord. Tried for a save, came through with a different club. I never knew about him until the season I was editing my personal. Really? Is that even possible? I didn't think that you could even... Wait, this is a video. Oh, wait. A sliding everywhere. Yeah, why are you driving so slowly? Meanwhile, I didn't think you could get a regen son at a club that you aren't managing. I thought that was kind of the whole point of it, right? I swear that was how it works. Oh, imagine you get like the weirdness of him actually getting poached. Because, oh my god, you're right. Jacques Jonkers. And he's actually really good as well. Jacques Jonkers is a bit bonkers. He's a proper Belgian amateur too. So I told you they were back. Love to see it. Engineers probably shouldn't be screaming expletives, particularly as they usually F2 are quite young, right? I don't think that's entirely going to be very helpful. It's like, yes, I was driving poorly, but now you've screamed at me, I've picked it up a little bit there. Run across the pit lane while the cars are coming in. I think I'd rather watch it. Maybe I should just watch F2 instead. Also grown up. Probably got poached. Yeah, but usually when players get poached, they get poached from a larger side. And you'd also get a notification to say that they've been poached, which I don't think has happened at all in this save. Because as far as I know in FM, you can't actually get a son that isn't at your club. They have to come through your intake. The only thing that might have happened is that he came through at your club, but you didn't notice him in the intake, and he got released and was picked up by that other side, and therefore it sort of counts as him coming through there because he never actually signed a contract with your team, potentially. That's the way that I think that might have happened, potentially. So say he was proper garbage. He's at the bottom of the youth intake list. You don't even notice at the time because, you know, I've skimmed those things, and if chat weren't here, I probably would miss things too. He's all right, actually. And then because he never signs a deal with you, he doesn't count as coming through there, but he does get picked up by someone else. That might be what's happened. Yeah, that must be it, right? Don't know how else it could be. So the history doesn't show. I feel like in previous FMs it would show that, but or at least in the biography bit. But the current one, sometimes it misses clubs out entirely a lot of the time. First club say free. Yeah, his first club was his mum. Right. What I might do actually, since there's so many in here, I might just sort by some of these attributes just to see if there's any players that stand out attribute-wise as being a little bit interesting. Oh, there's Tiger. So he's fast as well. This guy here. Oh, that's Jacques Jonkers. Just all guys we've already gone after. Sweetbutt. We found a Sweetbutt. Yeah, he might be one of the guys at the very bottom. But I mean, it will say like favoured personnel and it will have you in there and it will say father. So he definitely has to be your son. Who's this team? Jolly Sight. Lovely. It's been a lovely day on the internet, hasn't it? That guy we've already signed. All of those guys. So it looks like the guys we actually have gone after are mostly the ones at the very top of this anyway. There's Abundance Bellow. I've never seen Abundance as a name before. I'll save you the time, chat. Abundance. There's one other guy. So as a first name, Abundance is in the Ivorian name pool. So my world rep. Good idea, actually. Ooh. Ukrainian guy. Kovalenko means pretty. So he has an abundance of pretty. Big fan. Yeah, I'd argue that that is the opposite of an abundance. Oh, hello, actually, yeah. There's enough there that makes him worthwhile signing, I'd say. His name should really be a... Oh, what's the word for a lack of something? There's quite a few, I suppose. Why am I struggling? A famine, not a famine. Maybe a famine. A famine, I suppose, is kind of that. A deficit. Yes, he should be called Deficit Bellow. So once again, save you the time. See if there's any deficits in there. Oh my god, I thought there was for a second. An absence, yes. Imagine calling your child Absence. No, not quite. Banana. That was in the name pool, wasn't it? We've got Bonita Banana in Ecuador, but it looks like no people called Banana. No, we are, sadly, chat, in a bananaless existence. Gaping Void Bellow. Any Schumachers? I haven't looked, so maybe. There's bound to be a couple, right? Steven Schumacher, obviously, is the manager. Sorry, is his name River Brown Schumacher? Hold the fort. Hold the fort. Okay, so there is a lot of Schumachers. There's also Michel... There's Michel Schumacher. Not quite. Okay, so there's... So Mattea Brown Schumacher, Mike Schumacher, and Michel Schumacher, but not Michael Schumacher. Marcus Schumacher, Toys Schumacher, Furkan Schumacher, Lucas Morius, Jan Lucas, but also, this is the guy that's more interesting to me, River Brown Schumacher. He manages Freiburg, not that one. River Brown Schumacher is quite the which Freiburg is this? Oh, of course, just Freiburg. Silly of me. Any extra leagues? Yes, that's generally how it works. But the great thing about it is you wouldn't need to add the extra leagues unless you wanted to manage in them. Or you just wanted them for context, but then you could add them as view only. What the database does is it basically means that you don't have to load loads of extra leagues because it's loaded the players for you already, which means you can still sign those players. And more importantly, the clubs in those top flights will still produce regens. There'll be slightly less regens. So instead of producing a full intake like they would do in a playable league of 14 players, they would produce between 5 and 6 for top flight leagues. But that's still more than enough to keep the database packed up, basically. And it doesn't slow the game down anywhere near as much as if you'd managed to get to 110k players by loading playable leagues, for example. James May. That seems likely, right? Wow, incredible. You think statistically there'd just be one, right? Leclerc. We did have a Leclerc. He's actually still technically here, I think. His name's Pablo Leclerc. Or it was. Have I spelled that wrong? Don't think I have. We did have a guy called Pablo Leclerc. Maybe he's been released. But there's plenty of them. But is there any Charles? So is it... Presumably it's still in the same city as Freiburg, right? Or is it a different Freiburg? Quentin Leclerc? Ludovic Leclerc? Spelled slightly differently. And obviously Leclerc with a Q seems to be the Belgian version because we had a guy called Leclerc. Oh, it's a different place. Oh, I didn't notice the different spelling. Fair enough. Presumably that means that the Berg part of it means something different for each one, right? Because I believe Berg usually in a lot of languages means mountain, or it certainly does in a lot of the Scandi languages, and I'm guessing it... Does it mean the same thing in German? But then one of them presumably means something slightly different to that, right? We do have a couple of Verstappens. We've got Malcolm Verstappen, they're all Belgian, in fact. Jordan Verstappen, and of course Roman Verstappen. We had the JJ Frankie date. Is a town... I see. So one's town, one's castle. Right. Oh, so kind of like how... So Berg, presumably... Because it's like how Steenbergen, the Dutch guy we've got, is Stone Mountain. Max is Belgian. Is he? I thought it was Dutch. Or is he just racing under a Dutch flag for the same reason that people just race under random flags? Oh... Just shows how much I pay attention to that, doesn't it? Right, okay, so one mountain or one castle. What about if there was a castle on the mountain? Are we talking Berg? We could have Freiburg. I want to live in Freiburg, potentially. LDF. Oh, Luke Diffuserals. Yeah, I'm excited to see what Diffuserals does. Because I haven't really had a chance to see him play for Fulham. I really hope that we do give him a chance, depending on who our next manager is. Okay, right, I'm going to save it there, because we've got the F1 starting in 10 minutes. And what we'll do next stream is we will... Can we play... I would do that, honestly, Dan. Even Diop, man. Who I had no idea had declared for a different nation. I thought Diop was French. So, Tuesday, we will do proper transfers and stuff. I'll do the loan shit off stream. We'll come back and do proper transfers on Tuesday and the Club World Cup as well. Yeah, it looks like Amarim could be in there, which would be interesting. Oh, trust me, chat, I believe you about Max. I just didn't know that. I mean, I feel like they mention it every time they they race at Zandvoort, but don't know why that didn't occur to me. So yeah, full transfers on Tuesday and Club World Cup with the new tactical idea as well. That's going to be elite. Holy shit, I've got to find someone to rate. Thank you so much for joining me today, and thank you for the insaneness of whatever on earth that was earlier, because it truly was just outrageous, chat, particularly in a game that we lost as well. So that kind of just... It doesn't go unnoticed, right? It's one of the most generous things I've ever seen, frankly. Certainly happened to me personally, so I'm extremely, extremely grateful. Yeah, I'll be back on Tuesday. I think I might make that World Cup with the Funny Tall Players video this week, just for the memes. Don't get back to look at what I haven't done. My apologies. Wait. Yes, I did. I just did it. We just did the Verstappen thing. I'll refund your points for that, and I'll give your points back, unfortunately, Mr. Pig, as we are... Mr. Pig, DX Pig, as we're about to make our move to a certain wonderful individual. Because there's no reason not to raid him. I'm out of breath, man. Oh. So, enjoy the rest of your days. Enjoy whatever sporting endeavours and any things you may have done or not done yet. And I'll see you lovely folks on Tuesday with Transfers, all the new guys will be joining us. So we're going to have a stupid amount of players joining us on Tuesday, like a fucking ridiculous amount. We'll have Club World Cup is going to be paying. We're going to find out what happened to Auckland FC's double Club World Cup run, where they're going to be in 2 different groups at the same time. And I'll see you lovely folks then. Hold your gun, capybara. Goodbye, my friends.